Yeah. Yeah. So yes. So you have music all the way up to when I start talking.
the energy that emanates from the two of you, the energy, and it's almost a yin-yang situation. Yusef has always been energetic and deeply focused. And you see that in the music and it comes out. Kamal, on the other hand, is almost, it's just like a drop of stone and it just ripple endlessly.
can imagine. New Zealand, just about everywhere. So you'll be able to link up with those people in the LinkedIn group. Just raise your hand if you aren't yet in our LinkedIn group. Oh, right, a few of you, about a dozen of you. Right, you need to get in there. So you need to find it. So look for Dealmakers Academy private client group. And you have to do a request to join up. And Maria will approve that and let you in. I think there's about 330 people in there at the moment. And that is an immediate network of people doing the same thing as you, but maybe at different stages. Okay? So you need to be part of that group. Every month, we're going to have our monthly get-together Zoom, which is one of those Zooms where you can see everyone's picture on the screen. So I would encourage you're going to ask me when the next one is, and I don't know, but Maria would have sent you the dates. They're typically on Mondays every 4 weeks, so please join those. Now, we record them, and you can watch the recording, and that's great, but I think it's also really good to be there live. So do your best to turn up live, okay? What else can I tell you? Well, let's just go back to where we started. This is going to be a great peer group for you. It's going to be very enjoyable. It's going to be very much fun. And you will get the support that you need, not just from me and from head office. You'll also get the support from each other. So make the most of it. So here's the rule. If you see someone having a coffee or a tea by themselves, go over and introduce yourself. There is no reason for anyone to be by themselves unless they choose to be because they've got to make a call or whatever it might be. So would you all do that for me, please? I think that would be a very nice way to make sure that everyone is integrated. And here is another nice way of doing this. Here are 3 things I want you to find out about 3 people in the room. The first is their first name. You can have a sneaky look at their name badge for that. The second is where they've traveled from to be here today. So you never know, there might be a lift home for you. And the third is, why are you here today? Not because I signed up and that's why I'm here. The reason, why are you here? Why are you interested in buying businesses? Why are you here today? And I realize that some of you who know each other are sitting together, so I would advise you please to break up. There's not much point asking people that you've spent the last year with what their name is. And you are allowed to cross the room. You don't have to stay sitting down. You can move around. And I'm going to give you, so if you're going to find 3 people, we'll do a minute. So let's make that 5 minutes in total, starting now. Up you go. What's happening here?
Yeah, there is the cable, I think. What is the body part? Can I see that? Because that is really important where you keep that. Because
Okay.
moving your hands, yeah, like this, the cable is gonna probably a little bit.
Okay, so show me.
Check it out, or maybe we can clamp it.
Yeah. Put it on my
yeah.
belt, yeah.
We can clamp this like on your belt, hiding cable behind the jacket.
Okay,
It should be much better.
fine.
And
Okay, good.
if I'm going to give you another one on white.
Okay, right, your time is up. If you could read me, please. Okay, guys, if you could retake your seats for me, please. Finish. Retake your seats. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. All righty, if you could just take your seats for me, please. And if you could sit back down, thank you. All righty, if you could, please. Thank you. So, let me tell you, you could. We get the most sense. It is, right. Okay. Number one, turn this on. All right. New note to self, never use a new AV company that you've never used before at the beginning of a year when you're trying to make a good impression. So, all right, so let me tell you how we get the most out of these events. The best way of doing this is that I don't do all the talking. That means that you have to do some of the talking. That means that you need to contribute, and you need to be telling us what you've been doing since the last meeting and so forth. And the reason I did that little exercise there where you're just meeting new people, partly because I think this peer group that you're now in is just an essential part of the next 12 months. But also, I wanted to get you warmed up because I'm going to be looking for some people to volunteer to take a microphone. We have one in a stand just over there, and we have at least one that we're going to be circulating around the room, possibly two, I'm not sure. And you need to use the microphone when you speak, otherwise the people on the live stream can't hear you. Maybe that you feel that people around you could hear you because you've got a loud voice, but the people on the live stream won't be able to hear a word unless you're using the mic. So out of courtesy to those people watching from afar, we always need to use the mic when we are speaking. So what I would like to do is to find out who's been doing what since last time we had any sort of communication. So some of you have been on an online training course with me before. Some of you have been on this Mastermind program before. Some of you have watched some of the Zooms or been on some webinars with me. Maybe you've just listened to the podcasts, read the book, watched the videos on YouTube. But I want to find out who has made a start already. Who's already got started? Because I want to ask you some questions about what you've been doing. I want to find out what's working, what's not working, just so that everyone can learn from your experience so far. And it takes a very brave individual to be the first person to volunteer to do that. But we do have a hand raised immediately at the back of the room. And this is Gillian. Gillian, if you'd like to go to that mic in the stand, you might have to just move the angle of the mic just to get it more level with you. That's perfect. And we're going to make sure that that is switched on. Is it on? Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so...
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm very well, Jonathan. So when I was here in January, beginning of January, I was days away from signing the final part of the contract for purchasing podiatry businesses. Been working on this one for nearly 6 months. The owner was 78 and didn't like to rush anything. Had a meeting with him on the 10th of January. On the 15th, he sends me a letter saying he's decided not to sell the business. So after kicking a few cardboard boxes around the room, I wrote out 23 things that the lessons I'd learned, and decided that this was actually better than, this hands-on was better than doing any theoretical course.
Yeah.
And
so you'd actually learned from your own experience.
Absolutely.
23 things, that's amazing.
Yeah. And then since then, I've followed up on other leads. I got people in the industry to post on Facebook, and I've got 5 good leads now, 3 of which
well done.
I think are really worth following through on.
Very good. So would you, I think we're all keen to know what some of those 23 things are. You've got a notebook in front of you. Is that where they're written down?
They are. I'm just struggling to find them, though. But so the first one is don't share too many of your plans, because that was one of the big things, especially when they're 78. You know, the idea of change is too much for them.
Yeah, that's interesting. I agree that there's probably a correlation between a more senior person and not wanting many things to change. But I would say generally people don't like things changing. Mm-hmm. So you've talked too much about the future.
Exactly.
Where you should have kept that maybe more to yourself.
Yes, I should have bought the business first, then put the changes in place.
So if you're going to change the name, change the staff, change the products, change the services, you probably don't want to be oversharing that.
Yes, exactly. The next one was listen to what's important to the seller and make sure that that's where you really beef up the conversation so that they feel like it's a good move for them and for their clients.
Yeah. So you listen to what's important to them and make sure that you are delivering on what's important to them.
Exactly.
Great. I can see lots of you taking notes on this. I'd suggest that, especially those of you who are just at the start of your journey, these are great things to write down.
Yeah. The next one was don't try to please everyone. So you want to retain staff, but it's so easy to be jumping over hoops because you want to retain them, and you find yourself actually in a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just say that in a slightly different way. At the beginning, you will try to accommodate everyone's requirements, and you forget your own. It needs to work for you. If it doesn't work for you, then there's no point doing the deal in the first place. Great.
Exactly.
Pick out
or
a few
it
more.
works at first, but by the time you've made all these tweaks,
Absolutely.
then it's not such a good deal. The next one is don't spend money until you've actually purchased got the contract across the line.
Okay. Can you give us an example?
Some equipment. I actually hired somebody because staffing is the key risk in my field. So I'd actually hired somebody already.
Ah, right. So you counted your chickens.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Keep on top of solicitors, both your own and your seller's solicitors, because it can take weeks and weeks for things to go to progress.
Yeah. I mean, this can be handy if you want to slow a deal down. And sometimes you do. You do want to slow the process down for whatever reason, and you can always count on the solicitors to assist you with that without realizing it. So you need a good solicitor on your side, and I can always recommend John Andrews, who does a lot of work for our masterminders. But you weren't using him, I don't believe, in this case.
Not in this case, no. Get the owner out within 6 months. That was a big one for me.
I have had so many conversations with people recently where they talk about keeping the owner on, even giving the owner shares. And I tell you where I think that may have come from. I did an interview with James Caan, who was one of the dragons on Dragon's Den a few years ago. And it's on my YouTube channel if you haven't watched it. It's a good interview, some good stuff in there. But he maybe kind of leads people down the wrong path because he's talking about buying 80% of the business and retaining the management team, and they have 20%. But that's a completely different type of deal. That is a tens of millions or maybe hundreds of millions of pounds deal where the management team is absolutely critical to the future success of the business and you're buying into the business, which is very different to what we're doing, which is buying SMEs. Of course, SMEs can still be quite large, but small and medium-sized businesses where we want 100% of the business. The general rule of thumb is that what has held that business back is the owner. And the quicker we can get rid of the owner, the better. So we want to be able to remove that owner. And I can tell you, owners are an absolute nightmare. I've got some owners who live next door to the business that they've sold us. Oh my goodness. And they still think they own it, and they feel they can pop in. And we have one, where the owner lives above the nursery school premises. And there is a staircase going from their accommodation down into the nursery. And obviously the door is locked and everything. But then he started popping down to say hello. You can't do that. I mean, if you think, just for safeguarding, you cannot do that. So we've sealed it up so he can't, sealed him in. He can't get to the bottom stairs. I interrupted you, Gillian. Carry on, please.
No, that's all right. Another one is make sure that you have good one-on-ones with the potential staff that you want to retain, and don't leave it to the current owner to pass on the message, because it doesn't get passed on correctly.
They'll get it wrong. They'll give an impression that suits them rather than what you want to be said.
And most of the others are then around staffing, like making sure that you really understand the contracts that you're putting in place, what they're entitled to, when they're not entitled to. There were a number of ones. So they're the main ones, but enough.
No, that's fantastic. And it's always very frustrating when a seller pulls out. The chances of a seller pulling out increase in line with the length of time it takes to do the deal. So the longer the deal goes on, the more likely it's going to fall over. So that's why, and I said this maybe 10 minutes ago, speed is just so important. Now, you might feel sometimes people don't want to be rushed. I don't think you'd have to rush people, but you can have momentum. So we need to build momentum into a deal, because otherwise it will go off the tracks, and maybe someone else comes along with something that's more interesting, or they just have a change of heart, or trading starts to improve, and as a result of that, they think the business is now worth more, so they try and renegotiate the price, and of course your answer is always going to be no. But you don't have those situations if you move it along at a pace. Mm-hmm. And even though someone's saying, I want to take this very slowly, well, they don't know what slow or fast looks like. They've never sold or bought a business before. So what you want to be doing is saying, right, okay, but this needs to happen now, and then we do this, and they get swept along with the current of the deal.
And I would say that being it was my first one, I certainly let the seller take control far too much. And that was a big lesson. And the other lesson really was, from this, I've now got clarity as to what I'm looking for. So 3 rooms, existing staff, and a few other criteria.
So when you're speaking to someone on the phone for the first time, you can eliminate very quickly.
I do,
if they aren't suitable.
Yes.
Yeah, very good, very good. I know it's been a tough roller coaster of emotions for you, and it sounds like maybe you made some financial decisions that probably you wouldn't make again. Mm-hmm. But I'm glad that you're still seeing the positive in it.
Well, actually, it's made me even more enthusiastic, because the way I looked at it was the cost of an expensive course, really, but it was a hands-on course, and now I know a lot clearer. And we're going to be talking on the telephone, and it's exactly right. I now know what to say, and and when to cut it off very quickly. Because if they're a single practitioner, for instance, it's like 2 minutes that call's over.
So by lunchtime today, you will really know exactly what to do on the phone. And those of you who've been doing it for a while and have had some practice, we're going to sharpen up your skills and give you some new ones as well.
One other lesson, I think, that depends on people's sectors. But if it's a relatively small sector, there's 13,000 podiatrists in the UK, of which 9,000 are in private practice. is also a very strong network, and everybody knows everybody. So you just have to be really careful who you talk to and how much you share. So if it's a fairly niche sector, just be careful. That would be a piece of advice.
So know when to shut up. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Let's give Gillian a round of applause. I think wasn't that a great way? Thank you. A great way to start the day. And you know what? Speaking on the microphone is completely painless. And you can say anything you want, and we'll find a positive in there somewhere. Okay. So who'd like to go next? Yeah, great. Would you like to just jump up to the mic there? That would be great. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Jonathan, and morning, everyone. Am I speaking to the mic? Or?
Yeah, you're great. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Prasanna. Right. First, I need to get my fear out of it. That's the main reason I raised my hand and come and speak. Right. Okay. I started the course. This is my first event.
Yes.
And I have followed Jonathan since the lockdown on your free courses, and then I did the.
It was you, was it? Yeah.
And then I did the fast track. Was it in November? I think it should be November, right? And then signed up, and since then, I got my first lead through LinkedIn. I didn't wait until I start all this training. So I took some action. I went into my LinkedIn contacts and got a very good lead, and I have spoken about it with you, Jonathan, the 5 jewelry shops. So
yep.
It's getting there, and it's a bit of a slow process, maybe due to my inexperience.
Well, yes. So to be fair, I mean, you're absolutely brand new to this. And you say it's a bit of a slow process. You're learning on the job, I guess. So don't ever beat yourself up over it, because that's completely normal.
Right.
I feel at this stage.
So that's good news. So I'm meeting the owner, and the biggest hurdle I had during my first conversation is, he wants to see the money, right? Whether I have the money to buy it. So I think I overcame that hurdle now, right? So
everyone wants to know how, by the way.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
going to ask the questions everyone's thinking. So they're thinking, how did you overcome that hurdle?
Right. So I told him, right, so I'm here to buy a business, not just one. I have plans to grow and do few acquisitions. Do you think I'm going to invest all my money in each shops? No, that's not the way we buy, right? So I have a different process in place. I have a good team behind me, backing me up, and that is how I do the deal.
I've got to say, for someone who's right at the start, that's pretty damn good. That's really good.
Is it good?
Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
I believe you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
It's very credible. It's very authentic.
right. So all that is done. Now I'm meeting the owner on this Thursday. So now
For the first time.
No, we did two Zoom meetings before that.
Oh, right. But okay.
So now he wants to meet up personally and see how things are. So he's a bit of a hard nut to crack, I think.
Because in fairness, you may have sort of gone down a slightly different path to the one that we advocate, because this is via a business broker.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
So it made things a little bit difficult.
You kind of made it harder for yourself on the first time round, yeah.
Yeah, but I had to do something. So that is why I didn't want to wait until I sent the letter. So I just went through my known links to find something. So
where are we at in that process? Because it's been going on for a few weeks. So give us an update on where you are right now.
Right now is to discuss the deal, right? So he what I can offer, or that will be the discussion during the meeting, and he wants to see I'm the right person to. I think that is what he's up to. Wants to see whether
wants to look you in the eye.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And so I will have a Zoom meeting on this Monday with the broker and him. The broker wants to set up an agenda because he's not going to be in the meeting. So me and the owner will be in the meetings. So I don't know what the agenda is going to be. So let's see what he puts, and then I will put my thoughts into it.
Fine. Sounds very straightforward. So just for everyone's benefit, what have you learnt from your pre-Mastermind experience?
First thing is, brokers are not the best way to, look for, right?
Well.
Right. So
Yeah.
I think that it slows down the process, and it's a hassle, and sometimes you lose the control because he wants to take the control of the whole thing, and but now I have direct access to the owner, but I don't do that. I always go through him, so I don't. So as it's not.
Well, you're going to be meeting the owner, and I think from that moment onwards, you should sort of maintain that
Exactly.
relationship
Yeah,
and just start to sort of not copy in the broker and onto emails or anything. Just keep it you and him with the relationship.
That's right.
The broker's going to get paid. He's got a contract. He's going to get paid regardless. So I wouldn't worry too much about him.
Yeah, I know the biggest point I now need to overcome is his initial consideration is very high. He's expecting 1.5 million.
Because if I recall correctly, there's 2.5 million pounds of precious metals and
That's right, yes.
diamonds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
I can kind of understand that. Yeah, if you're selling 5 jewelry shops and you've got the safe loaded up with gold bars, or whatever, and you're selling that, it feels like that value should turn into cash immediately. I get that.
yeah, but it's not easy, getting finance on stocks because it's highly movable, and there's in jewelry, as I know, it's very difficult to prove the proof of honors, because what happens is it moves all the time, and you change the product and you do the alterations.
So you're saying actually financing is actually quite difficult?
Yes, so I may be too
and
early for that.
I've just remembered the name of the finance company you should speak to, because I remember saying this to you in a Zoom, and I couldn't remember it. It's just come to me. Ultimate Finance. So I had someone from Ultimate Finance in a mastermind group pre-COVID, and he was saying how they've financed all sorts of things, including a room full of skeletons at a medical department of a university. Yeah. So he said, if we can finance skeletons, we can finance anything. So I talked to Ultimate Finance as well.
Yeah, at the moment, that's good to know. And there's someone I found through this network also. He's a finance.
So the first lesson you've learned is brokers. Forget it.
I would avoid brokers.
For your first deal, why make it more difficult by putting a professional in the room on the other side of the table? Why would you do that? Why would you make it more difficult on yourself than it needs to be? So forget the brokers. All you want is owner and you. You don't want owner, you, plus professional negotiator negotiating against you. You just don't need that, do you?
No.
Later, when you know what you're doing, then it might be a source of new leads, absolutely.
Yeah.
But not at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because the first question the broker is going to ask you is, they want to eliminate the time wasters. So what is the question they ask you? They want proof of funds. Yes. Because that's their way of eliminating time wasters. What they ideally want is someone with a bank balance who can write a check and do the deal next week. That's what they want. Yeah. Because that's a naive buyer, and they would love a naive buyer. You are not naive buyers, and it just doesn't work so well.
Yeah. So after the first meeting, I had a good chat with the broker, and I told him how difficult it is going to be to sell this type of business, and he was with me at that point. And since then, that problem didn't come up.
That's really good.
Yeah.
So you certainly have made some great progress. One final lesson for everyone's benefit?
is get rid of the fear. So I had a fear. So
Get rid of the fear.
I think I still have it, but I
Yeah.
need to overcome it. That's it.
No, you've done
Just
well.
do it. Just do it. That's my, so because I did that, it could be the wrong way, but I learned so much from that,
Yes.
thing.
No, fantastic.
And since then, I sent 285 letters, and I got 7 leads out of it last week, and it sent 4 NDAs, and they are going to send me
So these are all jewelry shops?
all jewelry shops, and yes. So get in there.
I was about to say we're looking at the next Gerald Ratner, but I realise that's probably not the best the best association. But in terms of empire building, we are, yeah.
So
Just watch what you say when you give a
Yes.
speech. Yeah. Brilliant. No, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's give this man a round of applause. I think it's really, really well done. So, after the morning break, between the morning break and lunchtime, we'll be going through exactly what you do on the phone to identify, is this the business I'm interested in, and answering all those questions that you might be asked by the seller. And then after lunch, I'm going to be giving you 3 scenarios for you to practice, so that when you go away from today and start speaking to people next week, you will have not just the knowledge in your head, but you'll have the practical experience of doing it 3 times, 3 different types of businesses. We've got a digital marketing, we've got a domiciliary care, and I think we've got an IT consultancy. So we've got 3 different types of businesses you will be selling and buying after lunch. We work in groups of 3, so one of you is the seller, one of you is the buyer, one's the observer to give feedback, and then you rotate round, so everyone has the opportunity to be a buyer, a seller, and an observer. So we do that straight after lunch today, okay? So who'd like to share with us again what's been happening since you've joined up on the program in the last few weeks? What's been going on? What's been happening? Yes, hi. Take the mic for us.
Morning all, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
So I'm Tim. So first thing actually for Prasanna, I was in Afghanistan with the army a few years ago and came back with some emeralds, rubies and sapphires, so we should maybe have a chat later. But to be clear, I bought them, it wasn't sort of, yeah, so I was here sort of early this month and then sort of back in November and sort of spoke when I was here early in the month. And the real thing with me was I'd sort of built some momentum, and really what I've done is just carried that momentum on. So I've had some calls. I sent letters out at the back end of last year. So I was having calls and I'm still having some calls. I had somebody call me this week based on one of those letters. He sort of said, I've had your letter for a couple of months, but I've decided to sort of give you a call today. So they're still ongoing. I've actually written my second letter, ready to go out. So sort of people I've already written to, sort of that haven't come back to me, I'm sort of writing, so I'll be sending that out this week. I've had sort of my first sort of proper sort of second call with somebody this week. The value he placed on the business is far higher than the value I place on the business. So we at the moment we've left it, but I'm going to sort of speak to him again next week and try and sort of.
If I could just jump in there. What you've just described is a very normal situation where the seller wants one price, and of course you don't want to pay anything ever near that price. But that gap is bridged by a conversation and by a negotiation. I mean, negotiation always sounds like it's an incredibly skillful or maybe even a painful process, and it doesn't have to be. Sometimes the negotiation can be as simple as you saying no. And when you say no, the price tumbles in front of your very eyes. But it's very, very normal. Well, let me just flip it around the other way. It's very unusual for someone to want something less than what you would be prepared to pay. And when they do, you bite their arm off, okay? But it is perfectly normal for sellers to have high expectations of value because they don't really know how to put a value on their business, so they go for a high number. If you think, if we were in that situation, we'd do the same, right? We can't blame people for doing that. It seems a perfectly normal thing to do. Sorry, Tim, I interrupted.
No, not at all. And actually, one of the things I've learned sort of from that and other conversations, I think in my first call, I need to push more on what they value the business at, because I think I'm just storing up I'm making the second call harder, I think. So in the first call, I sort of say, what do you value the business at? Oh, I don't know, I've not really thought about it. And I sort of say, well, I can't judge it because I don't know the finances, and we sort of leave it there. Whereas really, I think I need to try and push them more towards a number sort of first up.
You will discover after the coffee break that that's on the slides. Yeah,
Okay.
We're doing that this morning.
And then sort of probably the one other thing that's changed is a bit of a mindset thing. It's just the size of business I'm comfortable at looking at. So I'm looking within construction, and probably my comfort zone was a business with a turnover of 250,000 to $1 million. From the conversations I've had, I've actually come to realise I actually prefer businesses of $1 million to $3 million, and I was looking online the other day, and there were businesses with a turnover of 5 million, and I was just thinking, actually, I could go for those. And so just my mindset, my horizons of what I can do has changed. Even though I haven't bought anything, nothing's really happened. It's just I'm more confident in myself in the process.
Yeah, so when it comes to numbers, I mean, everyone always seems to want to know what is the ideal business size to buy, and people are looking for guidance on, don't go any smaller than this, don't go any larger than this, this is the sweet spot, this is what you should be buying. And there isn't really an answer like that. I mean, it may be what you want me to say, you want me to give you a number, but it wouldn't be the right thing for me to do, because there is no such thing as the ideal number, because it's going to be different for different sectors. In construction, £1 million of turnover is a small number. Where if that was another sector, that could be a decent sized business in that sector. So it's going to be different per sector. What I would say is, it is not any more difficult to buy a larger business than it is to buy a smaller business, and quite often buying a smaller business is more difficult because they are typically more owner-led. The owner is more emotionally invested in it, and so forth. It's also, in terms of financing, sometimes with smaller businesses, it's more difficult. So I'll give you, I might give you this as a bigger example later, but I had a deal that didn't happen. And sometimes, well, Gillian said at the start of you learn from the deals that don't happen as much as you do from I had a deal that didn't happen. Was it what day of the week is it today? It's Friday, isn't it? So it was last week, and that was a deal that required £8 million of financing, and I got the term sheet for that £8 million in 24 hours. Where what it's like if you go to your bank and you want a £10,000 overdraft. Yeah, the hoops you have to jump through to get that. So financing larger, and it didn't happen as it happened. It was a business we'd been buying out of administration, and the existing management team that had the relationship with the current lender just carried on with them. But it shows that you can do these things quickly if you need to. So Tim, what else have you learned?
I think that's it really. It's just to keep going, do something every day. And so, like I say, I was having lots of calls. The calls have sort of started drying up. So I've now I've written my second letter. I say I'll get that sort of printed in the post next week. And even little things like my call sheet. So the sheet I work on, that was sort of written out and photocopied. I've done it on the computer. I've refined it. So. Because I find lots of, there's patterns in the conversations I have, and so I've moved the questions around a little bit, so it follows the natural flow of the conversation.
So are you saying then that the more you do, the better you become?
Absolutely. I don't particularly enjoy talking on the phone generally, but I'm actually getting to the point where I'm quite enjoying these conversations.
Oh, that's good. That's
yeah.
really good. So those of you who are thinking, I'm not very good on the phone, here's someone who doesn't enjoy speaking on the phone who's actually now enjoying it. Why would you say you're enjoying it more?
I suppose because I feel like I know what I'm doing. Sort of the people I'm talking to in this situation, I feel like I'm more knowledgeable than them. Just because I've had the number of calls, just in the process of buying and selling businesses, I would say pretty much with all of them, I understand it more than they do. So I feel like the expert in the conversation, even though they're the one with the business and I don't have a business, I still feel like the expert.
Okay, so here's the big heads up for everyone. If you know more about buying a business than they know about selling a business, you are always going to be okay. So you've just got to know more about the process than they do. And you will know more about the process by the end of today than just about any seller you will ever meet. So that should give you some peace of mind, if you like, that your knowledge level is going to be higher than theirs. That's great, Tim. Thank you very much for your input. Let's give this man a round of applause. Thank you. Let's talk to a couple more people before we take a quick break. So who'd like to tell us what they're doing? Yes, hello. Would you be able to tell you what we can do? You can use this mic here.
Much. I'm James. I've been invited, so I've never seen any of your material before.
Oh, okay.
All. Literally nothing.
Are you in the right seminar? Are you
Probably
in the right
not.
place? Yeah.
No, okay. I'm in a completely wrong part of London, probably. I've completed 14 acquisitions in the last 18 months, 24 months.
Are you on the? You're here as someone's guest?
Yeah, one of my friends, Andy,
got it,
here.
okay.
So he's on part of your masterclass.
Fantastic. Okay.
Him and I are friends, personal friends, and we wanted to do some businesses together.
Right.
My job is M&A in what we do anyway. We've completed
Which sector?
recruitment and training, so workforce solutions. We've completed 14 deals. Combined turnover value of those deals is 38 million.
Well done.
The business group size will be just under 60 million this year. And we're on a relatively aggressive buy and build model to take us to 100 million as quick as we possibly can. At the same time, we're going for an MBO process for my business partner, so that adds another layer of confusion to the whole process. But I think for me, it was an opportunity to network with other people that are doing it at a very different level.
You mean here?
Yeah, in terms of seeing people that are going through a very different process in different sectors. Andy and I have committed to Andy that we'll try and buy 10 nurseries this year because we both got little kids. So
who's
sorry.
that?
Oops. So yeah, we've got a growth plan.
No, don't. So who did you say Andy?
Yeah, Hollinson.
Oh, right.
He's just stepped outside. He's just
okay.
on work call.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Andy and I have committed to doing that. I've got a real growth strategy in terms of start and end of life. So the businesses I'm interested in are nurseries, youth-related programs, and then
I can see why you're here.
Funeral homes and care homes as well on the other side of it to complete that sort of cyclical process. So for me, it was an opportunity just to hear other people's story, speak in a bit more detail about what we do. It was great last night. A few of us went out for a beer and started to understand each other's businesses a little bit better. Hopefully Gavin's got one of my contacts that he can buy one of my friend's businesses that he started from last night. So it's just a way of networking, I think, more than anything. And to hear what people talk about and the way they do it. It's different. Yeah, a lot of the guys last night talked about the letters and stuff that you send out. I've never done that. It's not
right, okay. So are you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that despite the fact that you've got some experience, you've done really well so far, there are still things you could learn?
Always, in everything.
Yeah.
I think it's the little nuggets. You might only take 1% away, but that 1% might be the difference in the next deal being effective or not. So I think it's the opportunity to pick up on all those little bits, irrelevant of how much experience someone has. It's those snippets that, for me, are always going to add value.
So for everyone's benefit, if at any point today or any point during the year you catch yourself thinking, oh, I know this, that's the moment you need to realize that actually you don't know it all. There's always something new. I'm always discovering something in leases, commercial leases that I didn't know existed, or a new little thing that a landlord wants to put in. So there's always something new. But that's a great attitude. Fantastic. 10 nurseries, huh?
Hopefully it's an opportunity to meet other people and go from there.
Exactly. Very good to have you, James. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. Come on, Gavin. you've got the mic.
You've convinced me.
Come and stand in the
Don't
middle.
take
here.
a lot.
So let me just give a little bit of background. Gavin was on Mastermind 2 years ago. Well, we had a bit of a weird 2 years, didn't we? But was it 2020?
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
Beginning.
So, in fact, actually, because you were in this hotel, I think we held it here.
Yes.
Yes. Just give everyone for the people who are sitting here for the very first time, maybe thinking, going through their heads, can I do this? Is this something that I can do? What would you say to those people, and what have you done since you sat in one of these seats in 2020?
Yeah, so I'm in the printing sector, and for years and years, 30 years actually, for years and years, I've always done it the hard way, organic growth, so get one on, lose two customers. Been on the courses, the marketing courses, and yeah, did okay, built it to around, the current company, the first company I had to around 500,000 just through organic growth, and went on a course, built it up again a bit more to 750, but it took around 12 years to do that. And I came across Jonathan, and we spoke to Jonathan. We had a Zoom one Saturday morning. Am I the right person to do this, get on this course, buy and build, buying companies? I've got no confidence. I'm in print, And he said, yeah, of course you can. Just do what we teach you, do the process, and you'll get along fine. So it's a confidence thing, and so I came away from that Zoom call, all fired up, went on the course, and, 3 years later, we've got, by the end of, February, we'll have 7 acquisitions under my belt. And the group is over 5 million at the minute. So the strategy is to build it to around 13 companies with an average EBITDA around 60k EBITDA for each company. Gives around 3 million overall as a group, and look to exit to a bigger player, probably somebody overseas in Germany. Because all the companies that we do buy, they're all very niche and specialised in the printing sector. So we're not a buy and build, stack it high like Vistaprint. That doesn't interest me. It's the niche markets. And, by selling the group on a 3 million EBITDA revenue, you can get a lot more than 2.7 or 3 like we normally would do when we're buying a company. EBITDA, we're looking at 6 to 8 times and maybe more multiples. So, times that, we're looking at a minimum 18 million. So that's the goal. You've got to have your goal. You've got to set your sights high. And listening to Tim about having a conversation, shall I go for a £5 million business or a £500,000 business? Doesn't matter to me. It did then, 4 years ago or 2 years ago. We did our first acquisition. It got into Print Week. And from that article in Print Week, somebody phoned me for a chat. They had a £10 million company. Absolutely shit my pants, I thought, so I had a nice coffee with him, but I'm not ready for this. And that's, that was my thought process. And, fast forward 2 years, I have those conversations every week. £10 million companies, £8 million companies, £5 million companies. It's just the same conversation. Just use the processes that you're going to learn, and you'll do great. And, your confidence will come in time.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, and you've got one happening right now.
Yeah, so there's one happening right now. Last year was a bit of an integration. Jonathan, what you said at the beginning, buy the companies, that's the easiest part. Integrating them to the group, making sure everything's on the same platform, from an accounting issue, like Xero, for example, to the same MIS system, depends what sector you're in, same management throughout. Yeah, that is the hardest challenge, but it's rewarding when you get it right. So I did take me eye off the ball, if I'm honest, last year. I walked away from a lot of deals because people seem to overprice them, and they are, that's one thing you've got to be prepared to do, is walk away. somebody actually turned me down yesterday. I thought it was a done deal just about, but he obviously didn't like me enough and said no. And as people who know me, I want to be liked, don't you, Jonathan? By everybody. You know, I'm a salesperson. You know, I want to be loved, but it's not always the case. And it's all about know, like, and trust. You've got to build that trust with potential seller, and it takes time. You know, and you don't get a girlfriend by you has to know you first, like you, and trust you. You know, otherwise you don't get to first base, do you? So exactly the same. Exactly the same in buying a business. You know, the seller has got to trust you at the end of the day. And the slightest bit of doubt, the deal won't happen. And you can't win them all. So you move on to the next one. Don't get hung up about, I've lost a deal or it's not happened. Move on to the next one. Send your letters out. You know, it's just, I hear so many people. There's a lad at Christmas, he sent 50 letters out. That was his nickname, 50 letters, because that's all he did. Well, you're never going to buy a business with 50 letters, are you? No, you've got to send, it's a numbers game. Send the letters. Get somebody else to do it. Don't you be sticking stamps on or getting your daughter to do it. Give it to a mailing house. Do it properly. Be professional from the start. That's it. And, the deal I'm doing now, I forgot about that, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And we had a lot. So the last 6 months last year, I committed to Jonathan, to a few of us in our group, to get at least 2 deals over the line. It just didn't quite happen, but all that effort for the last 6 months last year is all dropping into place now. You know, we're looking at 1 a month acquisition, so for this year. So, and the latest one, well, I'll tell you the latest one, there's 2 actually, but the latest one, it's a print finishing company. So it's very niche what they do. So you know the HarperCollins maps? So from an A2 sheet, they'll fold it down to an A5, or your pharmaceutical folding. So every packet of paracetamols, and I go through a lot of them, especially you, James, my drinking buddy. So when you get out your medication box, there's a little leaflet. So, you know, it's very specialised. There's not many companies in the UK who can fold that, you know, from an AO sheet to a 15mm little pamphlet. So, again, like I say, it's very specialised. And sent my letter out in September last year. 4th of September, he phoned me. They're based in Lancaster, very well-known company. Got a fantastic reputation. And went over for a chat, you know, pre-qualified him on the phone. Yes, absolutely perfect. This is what I want. Went over. Again, took 5 months to build that trust up. He wants to retire through ill health. He's only 58, but he's very hands-on as well, so he can't do it anymore. So we've done a deal. It's a 650 grand turnover business. Makes around 140 grand EBITDA every year, has done for years and years and years. You know, it's all there in black and white. Cash rich, money in the bank. So it didn't take much, money wasn't a motivator for him anyway, as well. You know, getting his health on the right side was the main motivator. He had money anyway. So the deal was, we paid 400,000 for it. So, and the structure we did it is 300,000 on day one on completion, from his money in the bank, none of my money, no personal money. Use the company's money. 3-month deferment till the next payment, which is structured over 24 months. So another 100,000 over 24 months. And like I said, all money in the account. They've got a Silvils loan of 75,000, which we're keeping in there. So I can use that for another venture, or I can reinvest in the company, other machinery, other packaging machinery, which we want to diverse into. And we're going to fund the debtor book through Bibby's Finance. And we'll raise another 120,000 as well in the bank. So it'll be, it's in a good position. Payback for that particular deal would be a couple of years, and it's paid for.
And if you look back 2 years ago, would you have believed 2 years ago that you'd be standing in front of a room of people like this talking about a deal in such a casual, a casual way?
No, because one of the questions I said to you, am I the right person to do this? And you went, yes. And I went, oh, why? And I think you said, well, you're likable. So that was it, I think.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm likable.
It counts for a lot.
Yeah, so, you know, you just got to do it. Get on with it. Don't procrastinate. Get up and do it. And it's not a part-time job. You know, I'm lucky I've got a great deal team around me now, which I trust absolutely. They do a lot of the hard work. My job is just to source the deal and then let somebody else take over part of my team. That's whether it's HR, lawyers, or finance.
Brilliant. Let's give this man some applause.
Thank
you
you
very much. I'll have that back. Thank you. Thanks, Gavin. Brilliant. So by now, I think you're getting the idea. If you're absolutely brand new to this, it doesn't matter whatever your starting point is, this is something that you can achieve and something you can do. But here is the key lesson from everything that everyone has been saying. You follow a process. You've got to follow the process. If you try and create your own process, there's no point buying into this process where you're trying to reinvent the wheel and do something completely different that no one's ever done before. And what happens typically is that people start to reinvent the process when they lose contact with everyone else. So that's why you need to turn up to these events, whether it's on the live stream or in the room. You need to come onto the monthly group Zooms. You need to be in the LinkedIn group because that will keep you on track. That will keep you focused, and that focus will help you get where you want to go. And right now, the place that you want to go is outside for tea, coffee, and a pastry. I'm going to give you a 20-minute break. Please be back here at 10 to 12, which will give us then 80 minutes to really drill down into that first phone call. How's your morning so far? Fantastic. See you back here in 20. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, right. So we have now got till lunchtime to go through the psychology of this first contact. Now, you've all been on some sort of Zoom training with me where I've spent probably a good 45 minutes talking about deal flow and how to generate that deal flow. So you should be pretty aware of that process. We will revisit it again and again and again and refine it for you. But I want to move on one step to what happens once you are talking to those owners on the phone. And I want to get under the skin of the psychology of what is actually going on during that phone call. And I believe this is the most complete explanation of this that I've ever done, because I've tried to take every single question I've ever been asked on this and put it all into one presentation for you. And I'll stop along the way to answer questions, and we'll remember we need to use the mic for the questions. We'll also get the PowerPoint slides out to you, so you don't have to write down every word that you see. That takes the pressure off the writing hand. But I would suggest that you write down ideas that come to you, because it's those good ideas that can kind of slip through your mind by the end of the day. So the reason I've called it the psychology of the first contact is because this is very much a psychological game. And as we said at the start of today, this is not just about skills and knowledge. This is about the way you perceive yourself, the way you perceive the interaction with the other party. And that is what is going to win through for you. So even though I don't know all of you very well yet, and I will do over the course of our time together, I want to make sure that your attitude is absolutely spot on, because that's the thing that's going to hold you back, without a doubt. And I have in the past been able to, if you take a dozen people who want to buy a business, line them up in a row, have a one-sentence conversation with each one, I could tell you very quickly who's going to be successful and who's going to struggle. And the difference is always the attitude. You can't test someone's skills in one sentence, can you? But it's the attitude, the way they interact with me, the likability factor that Gavin mentioned earlier. All of this is just so critical and so important to your success. And I will be going on about this again and again and again, because you can't just hear it once and change your attitude. If it was only that easy, right? We hear something once, we change our attitude towards food or dieting or exercise or relationships. It doesn't work. You've got to hear it again and again and again in different ways, and sometimes from different people as well. In fact, that's a question we're going to ask Daniel this afternoon, who's my guest this afternoon, about his attitude towards deal making. Remind me to ask that question, or ask that question yourself later. Now, what will happen when you start talking to people on the phone, and those of you who've started doing this have discovered this already, that what happens is that there will be people who waste your time. And there'll be people who are just wanting to to fish to find out who you are. Maybe they want to do the same thing. They want to find out just where they got your details from. They are complete time wasters. Let's just accept that that is normal. And we never need to talk about those people in public. So if I ask you, what have you been doing since last time? You do not need to tell me about all the people you spoke to who wasted your time. No one's actually that interested. It's very boring. It's not relevant. We don't care about... It's like the day of your wedding. I say, well, congratulations. What a fantastic day. And you say, yeah, but you know what? All those people I went on first dates with and it didn't... You don't talk about that. I hope you don't talk about that because the ones that got away, the past, is irrelevant. All we are going to talk about in this room and on our Zoom calls is the people that you're actually talking to who are genuine sellers and you're actually having a proper conversation with. And I say this also because whenever we're on one of those group Zooms, and we have typically 2 hours on those group Zooms, there's nothing more excruciating than someone using up 3 minutes of those 2 hours telling us about things that were the also-rans. I spoke to this person, he seemed to work, it was a bit of a time waster. We know that, okay? So let's move on to that. Do not give them a second thought. Now, the key to being successful at buying a business, because the first stage is this conversation with the owner, is to listen at 2 levels. The first is to listen to what they are saying, and the second is to listen to what they are really saying. Now, you will encounter people who tell you that they won't budge for any price less than £10 million, and if you haven't got £10 million, they're going to put the phone down right now, and they're not interested in talking to you unless you can prove you've got that £10 million. Now, you might think that, well, this is a real tough guy character here. I haven't got that 10 million to buy this business. I better say sorry and put the phone down. Or you might think, well, actually, here's someone who's read the first page of a book on negotiating, and he read something about you've got to stand up for yourself and you've got to put the line in the sand. And in actual fact, this is just someone who's not very good at negotiating, and they feel they've got to throw out this big number and they've got to challenge you. But that's okay. Look, they don't know how to do it. You do. So we'll take it all with a pinch of salt, water off a duck's back, whatever they want to say, that's fine. Let's just have a conversation with them. It's quite remarkable, those people typically back down. So you've got to be listening to every single word, but understanding the subtext. The most beautiful example of this is when someone tells you that they are not desperate. I'm not desperate. So I recorded a series of videos a few years ago. I think it was about 2019, I think. It was definitely pre-COVID. Where I had a videographer in the office filming me on the phone talking to business owners. Some of you may have seen them. And after half a dozen of these recordings, she started to realize that people say the same things, as will you realize when you're having these conversations. People say the same things. And the one thing that kept coming up was people saying, I'm not desperate. Now, to my mind, as soon as someone says that they're not desperate, they're actually saying that they are desperate. They're very desperate. But their way, in this rather sort of amateurish, never done it before, negotiating, is to say the opposite of what is actually happening, because that's what they think you're meant to do. So they desperately want to get rid of this business, but they're going to say to you, I'm not desperate, you know. And of course, the right response to that is, I'm really glad to hear that, because if you were, I'd be worried. And of course, they are. And now they think that you're worried, and we've chipped away a little bit at any self-confidence they might have about the valuation. So it's listening to what they're saying, listening to what they're really saying, and piecing it all together. And it does come from practice, so the more practice you have at this, the better. And after you've done this 10, 20, 30 times, this will be a walk in the park. It does not actually take very long to get good at this. Less than 10 times. Less than 10 phone calls, and you'll be really good at this. So you need to get really good at it as quickly as possible. Let's not leave it till the summer, halfway through the year, to be good at this. Let's get good at this in the next couple of months. So what preparation do you need to make prior to this phone call? I think really the best preparation is knowing the best time to call. And the best time to call is a time that suits you. So I get asked a lot about what you should do if someone calls you and you are driving, or you're in the supermarket, you're picking the children up from school. Well, what would you do if someone calls you and it's inconvenient? Well, I'll call you back later. Well, you do exactly the same thing. It's no different. It's just another call. I'll call you back later. And then you call back when you are ready. And the best time to be ready is when there aren't any distractions, because you want to be doing your listening. So you don't really want the kids watching Peppa Pig in the background, which is kind of distracting. You want to be able to focus. Ideally, you want to be able to write things down. Why do you want to write things down? You think you're going to remember them, don't you? You've got a good memory. You're not going to remember them. You do 3 or 4 calls like this, and you will not forget the first person. You will not at all. When Linda and I have got several deals happening at the same time, she'll tell me about one. I say, sorry, which one is that? Which one? And these are deals that we're doing, and I don't know which one is which until I look and say, oh, that was the one there, and that was, okay, got it. So you need to be able to write things down. However, you do not need to know anything about the business in advance. A mistake I feel people make is they spend too much time Googling the business, looking at the website, understanding it, looking at the LinkedIn profile, and then that person turns out to be the time waster, and you're off the phone in 60 seconds. So what was the point? I used to say this to people when I had businesses that had telesales people, and the telesales person felt as though they should research the prospect before calling them. I say, so when you phone people, how many people are unavailable, aren't there, the phone rings out, it's voicemail, whatever, and they say, well, like 8 out of 10. Okay, that means that 8 out of 10 times that you prepare, you're preparing for nothing. So why don't you go into each call? You don't need preparation. You don't need to know anything about them at all. That's the purpose of the call, to find out about them. Okay, this is going to save you a lot of time and a lot of stress worrying whether you are prepared enough. You need to lead the conversation by asking questions. This is absolutely critical, because the opposite of this is that they lead the conversation by asking you questions. You will find that if they are asking you lots of questions, it means that you have lost control without realizing it. There's nothing wrong with them asking you questions, of course. You know, it's a conversation. It goes both ways. But it's not an interrogation of you. If you ever feel like you're being interrogated, you've lost control, probably from the first moment you opened your mouth. So you need to lead the conversation. The best way to lead any conversation is by you asking the questions. When you ask the questions, you are in control. Now, why do you want to do that? That control, that calm, asking questions, listening, asking more questions, gives you the credibility that right now 50% of you don't feel you have. Because I know, again, questions I get asked a lot are, I don't think I've got the credibility. You know, I've never done this before. Well, you want to get rid of that doubt? Ask questions. Because you see, someone who's never done this before wouldn't be asking all those smart questions, would they? You see? So if you want to build that credibility, ask questions. It will make it feel and sound like you've been doing it forever. And I've covered the questions that you need to ask in many, in the Zoom training, in some of the manuals and things that you've got as well. But happy to revisit them later, but that's not the focus of this. So positioning yourself. If you've started going down this path already and you've been speaking to people and you find that you're getting asked questions about your ability to afford their business, that is because they don't believe you can. And they haven't really got any evidence of this except for what you've said and the way you've said it and the way you've positioned yourself. They have made that judgment based on something that you have done. Therefore, if you get lots of questions about can you afford it, it's your fault. But it's okay because we can rectify that. We can change that by positioning yourself differently. And it's all about what you say and how you say it. So your tone of voice is essential. So that friendly but confident, leading with questions, but not overbearing because that isn't so pleasant. But being able to speak and interact as a professional. So if you went to see the doctor and the doctor didn't make eye contact very well and was rather nervous. In fact, you could tell they were nervous because they had just a slight sort of hesitation in their voice. And maybe you catch a little tremble of the hand. And they seem to actually sort of be really uncomfortable being there with you. Would you consider their advice good advice, or would you prefer a second opinion? there was a study done where doctors wore white lab coats versus doctors who didn't wear things that looked doctorish. And then the patients were asked a question as they left the general practice as their level of confidence in the doctor. And the doctors who were wearing the white lab coats got a higher level of confidence than those who didn't. So it's about appearances. We're on the phone. The only thing we've got here is our voice. Now, when you do the exercise later, I want you to be very conscious of your voice. And those of you who are being the observers, you need to give honest feedback. You spoke too slowly. I was losing the will to live. You spoke too quickly. It sounded like you were in a rush to get off the phone. Or you need to speak more confidently. You were hesitating too much. And those hesitations made it sound like you weren't sure about what you were saying. Typically, people hesitate because they are thinking one sentence ahead. So how do we eliminate the hesitations? We practice. And we practice to ourselves, and we practice with friends and family, and you practice in this room with each other. So you eliminate all those pauses and for where you have to think about what's going to be said next. Of course, you could also have it written down. You could have it as bullet points, not a script, but bullet points as a framework so that if you're worried about losing your thread, well, you just look at that piece of paper in front of you or stuck up in the wall in front of you. So I'm giving you all the cheats here to get to the result as fast as possible. So positioning yourself, some people believe that you may need a website about you or a particular LinkedIn profile. I don't think you do. I think that you yourself is enough. I'd be slightly cautious on LinkedIn profiles. I get a lot of connection requests and I see LinkedIn profiles, not necessarily people that I know particularly well, maybe people who've just been on one of my introductory webinars where their LinkedIn profiles as mergers and acquisitions expert. And they've never bought a business before. And it's kind of setting you, I think it's almost setting you up the wrong way, I think. I'm all for putting your best foot forward. Absolutely, put your best foot forward. But let's be realistic. Otherwise, you could be leading people down the. I looked at your LinkedIn profile, M&A expert. So tell me, what have you? Yeah. So I mean, you don't want to encourage conversation that you can't live up to. So be careful about sort of building yourself up too much. The most critical thing is to be a likable personality with a confident tone of voice and lead with the questions. Now, we know what the questions are. If you've done any of my stuff already, you'll know that the questions are all about, tell me about your business and that sort of thing. But the part that everyone worries about is when they ask you questions, when the seller asks you questions. So I want to eliminate that fear of the seller asking you questions that you can't answer by creating bulletproof answers for these questions today and then giving the opportunity to practice later. So answering the difficult questions. Who are you? Now, it may not look like a difficult question, but who are you in this context? So I received your letter. Sorry, who are you? Now, this actually is a wonderful opportunity. This is the opportunity to come out with your positioning statement that absolutely puts that line of questioning to bed, and from now on, you're in charge. And by the way, you should remember that this is your deal. This is you buying the business. You're going to buy it your way, in the way that you prefer, on the time scale that suits you. It's your deal. It's not their deal. Now, imagine if you're going to be doing several of these, and those of you who have done several know that you kind of got to make it a little bit cookie cutter in some respects. Otherwise, you cannot run half a dozen deals concurrently if they're all so wildly different. And you need a sort of template on how you do a deal. They need to fit in with your template if they want to sell it to you. If they don't want to sell it to you, that's absolutely fine. They can sell it to someone else. As it happens, they haven't got anyone else to sell it to, so it has to be you. So they have to fit in with you. So the who are you question is an opportunity for you to tell them who you are in a couple of sentences so that you stop in its tracks any further questioning on this subject. So it depends. I can't give you like one answer for everyone because it depends what your starting point is. It depends whether you own a business already. If you own a business already, I think you should tell them about the business that you own already. I mean, it's not that difficult to find these things out these days, is it? So I think you should tell them. If you don't own a business already, I think you should tell them that you don't own a business already. So it's telling the truth, but with the most positive spin on it. Let me give you an example. Let's say you work for someone else. You work in a bank. You work for a bank. In fact, a client from last year, a year before, is the HR director of a bank. And at the point that I did the podcast interview, he'd bought one business, but he had another one on the cusp of happening. Listen to the podcast interview. He's the HR director of a bank, but he's bought a business without any business owning experience ever in the past. So if you've never bought a business in the past, if you are not a business owner right now, then you should be telling people that, but in the most positive way possible. Because I don't think you should be hiding it. I don't think you should be trying to pretend to be something that you're not, because that will come round and catch you out. So you might say, well, right now, I'm the HR director of a well-known high street bank, and I have been shackled to the corporate desk for the past 20 years. But for the past few years, I've been having some entrepreneurial thoughts. And I know that the future for me is in business ownership. And I understand how difficult it is to start a business from scratch. Therefore, I'm looking to buy a business that's been in existence for at least 5 years. Hence, our conversation now. So let's get on to the interesting stuff. May I ask you a couple of questions about your business? So you're not sort of, oh, well, yes, I've never actually owned a business before, and I've never done this, and it's all new to me, it's all new, and I don't know whether I can do it, but I thought I'd give it a go. Hope I'm not wasting your time. So you don't approach it with that sort of apologetic. Why should you apologize for being who you are? So this is all about this mental attitude that you need. So the who are you needs to have a set piece statement that can be 1 or 2 sentences that puts your best foot forward. So what did I do with nurseries when I clearly not owned a nursery before? It is a sector where people are very, they feel you've got to be a certain type of person to own a nursery. They don't really see it as a business. The last thing they want is a business person coming in to buy their sort of creation. So quite challenging in some ways. So my initial conversation used to be something along the lines of, because I know that they'd asked me if I own a nursery already. I knew that they were going to ask me that. So I thought, I'll jump in there first with it. I'll jump in there. And I said, just so you know, childcare is not my background, apart from having a child who's at nursery at the moment. And you know what? She's absolutely loving it. And she's going to an independent just like yours. Well, yeah, we went and looked. I knew they all hated the big chains. So I went and looked at the big chains, and they didn't really have that sort of personal touch. And they go, oh, yeah, I know. I've got rapport going already. We're both agreeing. We've got a common enemy, the big chains. Little did they realize, Years later, we'd be one of the big chains. So the irony. So we would, I'd have this conversation and create that little bit of rapport, sometimes more successfully than others. Sometimes, people aren't buying it, and sometimes they go, oh, right, so is she having fun? Yeah, absolutely. So, and I thought, something, I think I could really bring something to a nursery school. And I've got some colleagues who've got a lot of experience in this sector, and that's what led us to you today. So, can we talk about your wonderful nursery? So I took my disadvantage. I'm not in the sector. I might sound a little bit like a southern businessman when I'm talking to someone in Rotherham, Bolton, I might not sound the part, so I've got to get over that quickly somehow and move the conversation on. So what I would like you to do now is to find someone you don't know. That's important. It's got to be someone you don't know. And I want you to do this between the two of you. I want you to ask each other, who are you? And I want you to answer. And then the other person says, who are you? And you answer. But someone you don't know, okay? So I'm going to give you 2 minutes, 60 seconds each, starting now. Okay, time to swap over, time to change over. Okay, time is up, time is up. If you could retake your seats for me, please. Okay, if you could retake your seats, please. Thank you. So, the plan is, at every opportunity today, you will be approaching people you don't know and saying, who are you? Including lunchtime. Right. If you could sit back down, please. Thank you very much. If you could take a seat. Thank you. Thank you. It's perfect. In your own time. Alrighty. Okay. So, the who are you question is the question you're going to be asking each other throughout the course of the day and during the exercises this afternoon. How did you... Okay, guys, if you could... All right, we're done with that one now. We're done with that one. Yeah, if you go on too long, it's... It's an introduction, not a speech. Right. So, how did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Because, look, some people, they get it. They know that it is not one letter that went to one person. They know that. But other people really think that you uniquely selected them. It's a little crazy, really, but it's true. People don't realize that you went to thousands. How did you find out about me? I said, well, I got a list. I got a list of people who own businesses in the dental field. All right. Now, very, 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 very occasionally, in some sectors that aren't particularly business savvy, they go, well, isn't there a GDPR? I think, no, it's not. No GDPR. GDPR, so 2019. It really is. Well, what a fuss that was. So no, because it's business. That's consumer. This is business. Are you contacting other people? It's kind of an elaboration of the same subject, really. But the answer is yes. Because look how it depositions you if you say, no, you're the only one. I really want to buy your business because you're the only person I'm speaking to. Yes, we're actually speaking to a number at the moment. Goodness me, my phone has been ringing off the hook. If they think that they are the only one, they think that they are in a stronger position. If they know you're talking to other people, they may start to doubt, you're going to be choosing one of these businesses to buy. They need to now impress you, don't they? Have you bought any other businesses? Well, let's assume at this stage you haven't. So I think that's exactly what you should say. You say, right now, we're in talks with 3. And we expect to complete the first one later in the year. There you go. See, if you just go, no, you are just opening yourself up to a, you've just lost. Because as soon as you say no, they're on with the next one. Oh, right, so you've never done this, but no, I've never done this before. And you're retreating. So you say, we're actually in talks with 3 at the moment. We're expecting to complete the first one at Easter. But we always like to have conversations going with several at the same time, which is why we're talking to you today. And now you want to lead the conversation with questions. So now we flip back into asking them a question. They should not be asking you more than one question at a time. As soon as you get 2 in a row, the tables have been turned. Maybe they don't realize that they're doing that. Maybe they are actually conscious of, again, some sectors are more savvy than others. They're conscious that they want to control this conversation. So they're doing it back to you. Now, when I asked in the LinkedIn group for questions the tough questions that I could answer for you guys today, several people said, why should I sell to you? Now, I don't know who put this. I don't know who it was. But I actually think that's more a reflection on the way you perceive yourself than it is on the reality. Now, I reckon just about every one of you have bought a property at some point. When you went to do the viewing of the property, did the owner of the house say to you, so why should I sell to you? They're just pleased that the estate agents brought someone round, right? They don't really care who they sell to. They might say that, oh, we want someone who will take care of the house like we did. Yeah, right. They won't be saying that when they've got the money in the bank. But why should I sell to you, I believe, is really, I don't think I'm worthy to buy this business. And I think that's an attitude thing. So let's get that one out of your mind. If someone does ask you that, it's probably because you haven't really given the impression that you're the sort of person that would buy a business. And what is the sort of person who'd buy a business? Well, all of the things that we said at the start of the conversation. The confidence, the likability factor, someone who can sound like they can get a deal done. If someone is very hesitant and nervous and unsure of themselves, does that sound like someone who can buy a business and get a deal done? No. So if you don't sound like someone who will get a deal done, that's when they start to doubt you, which is why this positive self-talk is so important. Now, the how old are you, I thought I'd throw in because quite often people under the age of 30, and I know we've got a few, which is great, often ask me this. I'm often asked the question, am I too young to buy a business? Now, those of you who are at the end of last year's Mastermind will remember the interview that I did with Charlie, who I believe is 28 and had just done some great deals. It's all in your head. The age is irrelevant. Sometimes people say, well, why would a retiring owner who's 65 sell to someone who's 28? Well, Charlie gave a great explanation of this. He said, well, I bring that new enthusiasm to the business. And I am like what they were when they were 28 getting started in business. So don't let age, you're not too old, you're not too young. You know, we can create as many barriers as we want. Yeah, we're not tall enough. I'm not tall enough to buy a business. I'd love to be a little bit taller. Most of us would, right? But we don't let that stop us throughout our lives. So really, who cares how old you are? I tell you who cares, you do. It's in your own head. So when someone says how old you are, I say, oh, I'm actually older than I sound. I am blessed with a youthful voice. You just wait till we meet. You'll be surprised. Say it with a smile, move on. How are you planning to run the business if you don't live close by? That was your question, wasn't it, Prasanna, I think? Yes. Yes. I think it was. How are you planning to run the business if you don't live close by? It's run under management. That's it. It's run under management. Now, when you say things like that in that way, if someone doesn't quite understand, but they feel as if they tell you they don't understand, it's going to make them look foolish, they typically don't say anything. Just like when we talk about guarantees. It's guaranteed. They don't know what you're talking about, but they don't want to sound ignorant because you've got this confident, likable manner and say, well, it's run under management. Now, let's say someone does say, what does that mean? Well, management. So, do you have a manager at the moment? You don't. Okay, well, it would be run under management. Because you're right, I live 100 miles away. It's not somewhere I can be every single day. In fact, I've been talking to a lot of businesses in your sector over the past few weeks, and I estimate about 50% are currently run under management and 50% are owner-managed, just like yours. So what we would be looking to do is to put in a manager to replace you. In fact, there might be someone in the organization right now who could step up. Does anyone come to mind? Always good to have at the back of your head that they say, oh yeah, Jeff's been with the business since day one. In fact, when I'm on holiday, he runs it better than I do. Brilliant. Jeff's going to get a promotion, right? So that's a little tick in my head for because I don't want to be involved. Someone who can run it for me. What is your experience in this sector? Well, let's bring it back to my childcare. I said the only experience of childcare is caring for my own child, with varying degrees of success at times, I have to admit. But no, I don't have any professional qualifications, but my colleagues do. Knock that one on the head. Straight on. I'm in charge here. I'm in control of this conversation. I've just done this 30 times in a row. You're doing it for the first time. I know more about this conversation than you do. That is the position that you need to get to. And just because There is always someone, potentially someone on the live stream who can't hear, because by the way, the people on the live stream can't hear any audience reaction. So they can't hear any chuckles, they can't hear that. They can only hear what's on the mic. So as far as they're concerned, I'm talking to a group of very non-responsive people in this stony silence. So for the benefit of those people, this isn't arrogance. This isn't being cocky. This is just being sure of yourself, which, to be fair, in business is an admirable quality. So how are you going to pay for the business? Oh, this is the big one. How are you going to pay for it? Can you show me you have the money? And variations on that type of question. Well, if you've already done a deal and you've got a sort of a formula that works in that sector, or you know from the type of business it is typically how you would fund it. So let's say it's manufacturing, it's asset heavy, and you know typically you'd use a combination of invoice discounting on the debtor book, plus, because it's B2B clients, customers, and also a refinance of the physical assets in the business. Then you might say that because you know exactly what you're going to do. So we use a combination of invoice discounting and asset finance. But it all depends, obviously, on the price that we agree, because the price that we agree is going to determine how we fund it. And at this early stage, I don't know enough about the business. I don't know enough about your requirements. I don't know enough about, I don't know whether you've got a price in your head that is so outrageous that no one could buy your business in a month of Sundays. Or, and I must admit, I am leading this way at the moment, you sound like a very reasonable man who's going to be very sensible when it comes to pricing, in which case we'll have a different way of funding it. So it really depends. We can certainly circle back to this in a short while, but I need to know more about the business first. Is that okay? So I'm answering, but I'm not answering because I don't know. See, the people who have never sold a business before, and these typically are the more naive business people, of which there are several million, by the way. I think there are like 5 million companies in the UK. I realise they're not all active, but you've got, I used to know numbers like this. There's like 2.2 million SMEs in the UK, 2.6, 2.5. Well, let's say 2.5 million SMEs, of which probably a clear 1 million are incredibly naive. They kind of fallen into business ownership. They're not really business-minded. Those people who might have perfectly good businesses that you want to buy, but those people might think that the only person to buy a business is someone who's very rich. Someone who's very rich buys a business. You know, they whip out the checkbook and write the check, and there's the check, and bought the business. Everyone celebrates. But I think people who've been around the block a little longer realize that businesses are financed in business acquisitions financed in different ways. Now, you don't know at this early stage maybe who you're talking to, although they may have given themselves away. So what you want to be saying is answering the question, but not answering it. Well, the answer typically the naive ones are looking for is for you to say, well, I've got some savings, or I've inherited some money, I won the lottery, I've got some money, want to buy a business, sounds like some fun, okay? Where we want to come across very differently to that, because probably at this stage, we don't know. We don't know. So when Linda and I are talking about a particular deal, the only number there are two. I'm interested in the overall consideration, but kind of really more important than that is what is the initial consideration? What do we need cash on day one? And then we figure out what that number is. And then the conversation is, where's that going to come from? And the ideal place for it to come from is from the funding, from the government funding that comes into the accounts three or more times a year. So the answer is, I don't know the answer to that until I know more about the business. So there's no need for you to know either. Hope that makes sense. Aren't you paying with my own money? Now, this question, which was asked in the LinkedIn group, is based upon an assumption that you have had a conversation around deferring part of the payment into the future, which then, if people take a leap of logic, they say, well, that those future payments are coming out of the business that I've just sold you, and therefore the business that I've just sold you is paying me. Well, I don't quite see why anyone would have a problem with that. It's not their business anymore, and what you do with that money is entirely up to you. Yeah, whether you give it to them or give it to someone else or put it in your own pocket, it's entirely up to you. So I don't actually see why there is any issue with that at all. But it's more of a sort of a feeling people get that it's almost like it's cheating. Yeah, they want you to hurt financially when you buy their business. So I say, well, first of all, obviously it wouldn't be your money because it wouldn't be your company, and it would be us doing the work to earn the money because you'd be sitting on a beach in the Caribbean, right? A little bit of humor, make them smile, diffuses it. Yeah? But no, actually no, it would be coming from the holding company. Now, who cares where it comes from, really? And believe me, when money arrives in their bank account, they're not saying, so which bank account did you pay this from? They're not interested. But it's like a little mental hurdle that people need to get over, which is why a nice, strong response. Well, we certainly don't look at it like that, because don't forget it would be our business and we'd be doing the work to create the profit. In any case, it comes from the holding company. They don't even know what a holding company is, but we just say it comes from a holding company. Yeah. Are you going to give me a personal guarantee for the deferred amount? Look, you don't want to get into an argument, do you? But then also you don't want to say something that isn't true. So, well, that would be for our solicitors to agree. I leave that stuff to the solicitors. They love that sort of stuff. Bores me silly. They love it. Let them talk about that. That would be for them to agree and decide. If in doubt, blame the lawyer. Yeah? Why can't you pay me so this is again assuming that we've had a conversation about money. Why can't you pay me the full amount on completion? Oh, that's not how it's done. No. I realize if you haven't sold a business before, you may think that's how it's done. That's actually not how it's done. That's not how these deals are done. Yeah, but I'm sure your lawyer, if it comes to it, your lawyer will explain that this is normal. So again, I'm just deferring it. I'm not going to get argumentative about it. I'm not going to be defensive about it. I'm not going to try and explain myself. I'm going to blame it on the lawyers. Now, this is interesting. Again, this was a question last in the LinkedIn group. What happens if the company closes, i.e. the business that I've sold to you, that you're going to be paying for the next 3 years, closes? So I would act all shocked. Like, is that likely to happen? Why would you say that? Why are you concerned that might happen? And they'll realize what they've just done. They've now put doubt in your mind as to whether this business is a solid business. Is it not a solid business? I'm so sorry, because we only buy businesses that are solid. Do you see? Now, if they're clever, they'll take it one step further, and they'll say, yes, but I won't be running it. I know it's solid under my ownership. I don't know what it would be solid under your ownership. Well, we're looking for businesses that are solid despite the ownership, which is why the management's so important. So you mentioned Jeff earlier. That's why Jeff is so important. Yeah, but just to emphasize, if you feel this is a business that's going to close in 6 months, this is probably going to be quite a short conversation. They realize the error of their ways. You just twist the knife just once, just to make them realize it, and then move on. Okay? I've heard some people try and buy a business using the seller's money. Is that what you want to do? Another variation on this theme. I've heard some people try and buy a business using the seller's money. Is that what you want to do? I don't know exactly what it is that you are referring to. You mean your money? Well, no, your money is your money. So I don't get how that would work. Explain to me what you mean, and then they can't explain to you because they don't really know. And they go, oh, well, it's thought, forget it, it's okay. Because they realize they can't explain it. How will you run the business if you've never run this sort of business before? That's where Jeff comes in. Because I'm not going to turn up every morning, greet the parents, and then sit on the floor all day with building blocks. Not my idea of fun. So that's what I mean. It's run under management. Yeah, and it'd be great if we get you on board to find the right person. What do you plan to do with my business? Now, this is where you've got to be careful. If you tell people about your future plans, well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to buy 6 of them, I'm going to put them together, they're going to be worth a lot of money, and I'm going to make a fortune in 3 years' time. Now, that might be the truth, but you know what? I don't think we should be talking about that sort of thing. I think we should say, well, this is a solid, stable business that's been running for the past 15 years. We'd love it to run for the next 15 years, for the next 15 years. Be kind of boring with it. The more you've got, I think Gillian mentioned something along these lines. The more you say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, they are, that wouldn't work, and I don't think that, and it starts to create you don't want to give them too many things to think about. You want to keep it really, really simple. Will you change the name of the business? Now, you don't quite know why they're asking. The assumption is they got this pride in the name. Not always the case. So I've had situations where people have said, because I actually have another nursery school that doesn't compete with this one, it's 10 miles away, using the same name, and I'd want to retain that name. Or the name was my grandmother's name, and I really don't want someone else running a business that's connected with my grandmother's name. So this is, you need to ask, why are you asking? Don't assume it's because they want you to keep it. Sometimes they don't want you to keep it. Will you make staff redundant? This is the big one. This is where they're doing their duty and telling you how committed they are to the staff. Well, they're so committed to the staff, the moment they've got some money and walk out that door, the staff will never, ever hear from them ever again. That's the reality that no one ever wants to admit. However, there is really only one reason, one response. So you ask the question back. So you could answer questions with a question. So do you feel that the business is overstaffed? Oh, no, it's perfect. Then the answer is no. Because redundancy is when a position is redundant. It's no longer required. They might say, well, I know that you've got this other business, but if you've got someone there, maybe you wouldn't need someone over here as well. So, no, they're self-contained. Yeah, they're self-contained. We run them as self-contained units. What happens to family members who are employed? What happens to family members who are employed? Well, here's the thing. In an ideal world, you do not want those family members anywhere near the business that you buy. But you don't want to be too strong on that early on. So the angle that I would be approaching this with is to say, typically, members of your family like working in the business because of you. There you go, pay them a compliment, because of you. And when you're not there, quite often they don't want to be there either. What do you think they'd want to do? And then I would defer that till later. That's a later conversation. Let's get some more commitment first. But clearly it's something that was on their mind. So those were the tough questions that when I posed the question in the LinkedIn group, you said to me should be answered. Now, when we do the exercises this afternoon, that is going to be part of the exercise. So I want you to be asking those tough questions to each other because I want you starting to develop your responses. So how far can you go with financial questions? How far can you talk about money on this first phone call? There is a tendency for people to put off the money conversation, very British thing. You put it off, put it off, put it off, put it off. Then it's this elephant in the room, and at some point you've got to, and that's where you discover that they've got this crazy idea of valuation, but you've discovered it after 6 phone calls, 3 meetings, 2 lunches, 4 coffees, and you've left it so far down the line, and it's all a big disappointment for you. So I think you should be asking financial questions in the first conversation. The most easily asked question is, what is your turnover? What's your... Oh. Oh. So my technical ability went wrong there. What did you turn over in the last 12 months? What was your turnover? What was your revenue in the last 12 months? Now, this is a slightly different question because I'm asking about the last 12 months. I'm not asking about the 12-month accounting period. I'm asking about the last 12 months, really up to the end of last month. Now, they may or may not know that number, but this is more relevant than what it was up until 31st of March last year, because things are trying to change a lot at the moment. So what was your last 12 months? Now, if they don't know, you say, well, what is it typically in a month? So if we multiply that by 12, would that be right? Are there some seasonal dips? July and August? Take that one out? Okay. So you want to get an idea of the revenue. Now, the revenue gives you a bit of a pointer when it comes to how many staff, because if you know this type of business, you'll know that in order to generate a certain amount of revenue, you need a certain number of staff. And also, it might stop the conversation there and then. Let's say the revenue is £60,000. You think, well, that isn't a business, that's a job. And it might be interesting to you, because if they've got £60,000 of IT contracts that you can buy for practically nothing, you could plug those into your IT business, and life carries on with your staff looking after those contracts. But it's a good sense of who am I talking to. Also, as soon as you get a business that turns over millions, the owner is going to be switched on, or more switched on, because they've done something that most people don't do, which is get a business into the turnover of millions. And when someone's got a business turnover of millions, hats off to them, they've done something right. And therefore, it's probably a bit more of a grown-up conversation than the person who's got the £60,000 one. Because they've got a different level of business experience and business knowledge, and they've proven something. And they've probably gone and done things that other business owners haven't done, like hired lots of staff and fired lots of staff, and maybe they've bought a business and they've got bank finance. So for me, it changes my tone because I probably have to up my game slightly on those conversations. What was your profit in the last 12 months? Some people seem to always know their gross profit rather than their net profit. So gross profit is the profit that the business makes after the costs of the goods sold. And different items are put above and below the line. Sometimes people put their staff up there, or it all depends on your sector. Now, here is a good question to ask about how much they want for the business without saying, how much do you want for the business? If you were to move on, how much would you need for the business? Now, this is the subtle psychology. If I say to you, how much do you want? It's such a blunt question, you're going to give me a blunt answer. And the blunt answer is probably going to be a big number, because you read that first page of the book on negotiating, and it said always go high. So if you're chipped away out, you can go lower, yeah? But if I say, if you were to move on, how much would you need for the business? How much would you need? What would you need? What would you need? See, no one gets what they want these days. So tell me what you need. Tell me what you need. Look, be honest with me. Are you going to buy a Ferrari the next day? Oh, no, not me. Oh, no, I'm not like that at all. No, absolutely not. Great, because we've got someone who doesn't need lots of money on day one because they haven't got an expensive item that they want to go and buy. So what I'm doing here is I'm fishing. I'm not going in too hard. I'm just fishing to get a sense of the numbers. I'm listening to what they're saying, reading between the lines, trying to understand. But whatever they say, you flinch. Because if a flinch can get the price to go down, you might as well do it every time. My most beautiful memory of this was actually in my office, where as a couple, husband and wife, sitting opposite me, and they said, I said, what do you need? And they said, well, businesses like this are valued on a multiple of EBITDA. I said, oh, are they? Are they? Oh, right. Oh, we don't do it like that, but yeah, okay. So what are you looking at then? And she said, well, it's more like sort of like 5 times, isn't it? I went, really? Really? And she's looking at me, and she's like looking at me for guidance, and she's going, so I'll have to look at someone to do this properly. She's going, 4? 3? And I'm going, no. 2. Couldn't go less than 2. That's where we'd sit. Well, I'm glad you said that. Otherwise, this would have been a very short conversation. 2, you got it. You got it. Yeah, absolutely. So whatever they say, flinch. Because if all it takes is then why wouldn't you do it? Where do you practice this? Car boot sales, shops where prices are flexible, second-hand shops. How much is this? And just watch that price go down. Prove it to yourself. This weekend, second-hand shop, car boot sale, prove that this happens, and then go and do it where a lot more money is at stake. What you are doing is you are testing the seller's desire to do a deal. As soon as they show flexibility, their desire to do a deal has gone up in your mind. Because that flexibility, they don't want you to walk out the door or put the phone down without a deal. And if they're too tough, you're going to walk away. So this is this dance that you're doing with them. Now, some people sound completely inflexible. They sound completely inflexible, sound like they never negotiate. However, the chances of that person never negotiating are so slim, I reckon 1 in 20. The chances are that they will flex. So when someone does that, I want this amount of money and I will not accept a penny less, don't believe it. Water off a duck's back. Don't let it bother you. It's like you never heard it. Sometimes people say, well, look, there's no point meeting you unless you're prepared to pay more than $1 million for it. I said, well, that's a really hard thing for me to say because I don't know enough about it yet. I think we've been talking for 4.5 minutes? So it's really hard for me to know that. But I'd like to meet you because if it's worth it, then it's worth it. Wouldn't you agree? Conversely, if it's not worth it, it's not worth it. But if you think it's worth it, then let's meet up. Oh, but how would you fund it? I said, well, look, now we've been talking for 5 minutes. And I don't know enough about the business to know, but we typically use different combinations of asset finance, invoice discounting. We've got several different ways of doing it, depending upon the circumstances, which is why I need to understand exactly what you want to achieve, how we can help you achieve it. I need to know a little bit more about the numbers and see what we can put together. But I reckon that if we put our heads together, we can come up with a deal. How does that sound? So you're listening to their confidence in the number they want. So that's why I say you've got to listen. Are they saying this number confidently, or are they kind of like putting it out there and seeing if you bite? So let me tell you how we do deals like this. They are a nightmare to finance through a bank. It can take 6 months just to get a no. So because we would only buy a business we have confidence in, we pay something on day one and the balance over a period of time. Don't forget you're getting the slides, so you don't have to write any of this down. It all depends on the business, and we need to know more. But in principle, does that work for you? What I want to find out on that first phone call is, can I do a deal where I don't have to pay it all on day one? That's what I'm testing for. Do you all know and appreciate what I mean when I say I'm testing for? I'm sounding them out. In principle, does that work for you? Well, yes, obviously, it depends on the amounts and everything, but in principle. How much how much would you pay on day one as a percentage? Well, it all depends. I mean, with some businesses, it's like 2.5%, 5%, sometimes a little bit more, 10%. So again, I want to lower expect. And if they go, oh, right, okay, fine. Don't go around doing 20% on day one when they've just said, oh, those lower numbers are okay. Now, a lot can change between now and later. You know, they go and speak to their partner, and the partner says, oh, that's ridiculous, you need to get more than that. But you can't influence that. So at this stage, we're just testing to see what we can do. Look, if we can do it another way, we'll consider that. But this way of doing it gives us speed and certainty. And let's face it, that's what everyone wants. Even the seller who says they're not in a hurry, the moment they've decided to sell their business, if someone walked in the next day, they'd do the deal. You aren't trying to strike a deal in this first conversation. You are temperature checking their level of motivation, their flexibility. So don't think that you can necessarily do a deal. I mean, 1 in 50 times maybe you can. The chances are you probably don't want to anyway, because it feels like, you've been running the business 15 years, you can't sell it in a 30-minute conversation. They feel as though they've got to be a little bit of a dance. You've got to woo them. They want you to try harder than that. Now, what happens if they've instructed a broker? You'll get this quite a lot. If you think about it, if they've responded to your letter and they've got a broker, that kind of tells me that the broker isn't impressing them. The broker isn't lining dozens of people up at their door to buy the business. Okay? So as soon as they say, well, we've actually got a broker, I kind of interrupt them. I deliberately jump in. And I say, look, whatever the broker says, we halve it as a starting point. Whatever the broker says, we halve it as a starting point. Let me tell you how brokers work. They quote high numbers because that's how they get you to sign the contract and pay the marketing fee. Have you paid them anything in advance? Oh, my goodness, yes. Oh, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw the invoice. £12,500 for marketing. I said, you know what that means, don't you? It means put it on the website. Oh, they're doing a brochure for you? Oh, brilliant. Lovely. Keep that as a souvenir. And as soon as they say they paid something in advance, they say, well, there you go. There you go. And if they say, no, I haven't paid anything in advance, you don't want that to sort of to take anything away from your expertise of knowing how these things work. Say, oh, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. 9 out of 10 do. I'm really surprised. Got yourself a deal there. You must be a good negotiator. The purpose is to make them lose confidence in the broker's valuation before they tell you what it is. Let me give you an example. Sorry, you're in my line of sight. So I need to help you to help me just with this. So what do I need you to do? So you're going to tell me in a moment what the broker valued it at. Okay. So you've got a broker. What did the broker value it at?
1.2.
1.2. Yeah. Whatever the number says, we always halve it as a starting point. Maybe I'm just saying that because I heard 1.2. But let's try it again. So you've got a broker involved. Yeah. Oh, well, let me just stop you right there. Whatever the broker says, we absolutely halve it. We halve it as a starting point. What do they say?
1.2.
Well, there you go. Do you see how different it is? If you say it after they've said the number, it doesn't have any power, it doesn't have any influence. Regardless of the contract with the broker, they can still talk to you. They can still have this conversation with you. Sometimes people are so, they're kind of obsessed with, they're so worried about signing things. And they go, well, I've signed a contract, maybe I shouldn't talk to you. Yeah, but you phoned me, remember? You got the letter, you phoned me. So you obviously do want to talk to me. There's nothing to stop you talking to me. The broker gets the fee regardless of where the buyer comes from. And this is what really narks sellers, in that they responded to your letter, they sell the business to you, they've still got to pay the broker. Sometimes you can sweeten a deal by paying the broker's fees in those circumstances. Sometimes you can do that. I haven't done it very many times, but sometimes you can build that in. So understanding motivations, what you want to hear is someone who's retiring, there's an illness, or they're very stressed and they've had enough. That's what you want to hear. What you don't want to hear is someone saying, I just want to see what it's worth. if I get the right offer, I'll sell. That's the wrong type of seller. The fastest way for you to buy a business is to find a motivated seller. That's the fastest way. Full stop. That's the fastest way. Find a motivated seller, you can do a deal. If you're struggling with a seller who doesn't seem to be motivated, just move on. Don't waste your time. So find a motivated seller and you'll be okay. See, understanding the motivation of the seller will guide you on what's important to them, the speed of the transaction, the deal structure, and the levers that you need to pull. So if it's all about, I don't want you to make anyone redundant, I want you to change the name because it was my grandmother's name, but I need to do it by Easter because I promised my wife I'd sell the business by Easter because we've got a world cruise booked. Wow. We understand the motivations. Now we need to say, look, someone else coming to buy this business, they probably would change. They would probably keep the name because that's part of what we're buying. Now, obviously, we can't buy the name. That affects the goodwill. That's going to affect the price slightly. Are you okay with that? You realize that, don't you? You realize that if we can't buy the name, it affects the value. Okay, so that's going to affect the price. However, to counter that off, because I realize that's not something everyone wants to hear, we can do the deal before Easter, so you'll be off on that world cruise without a thing to worry about. And because we're keeping all the staff, we're not going to be making any redundant because you say that the business is perfectly staffed, then your people will be speaking about you very positively. That's what people want to hear. And after lunch, you're going to practice this. Okay? How are we doing so far? Good stuff. People at home, all good? Perfect, all good. So we're going to take a lunch break now. We're going to lunch 5 minutes late, but we'll cut lunch 5 minutes shorter. So please be back here for 2 o'clock, and we will crack on with some practical exercises. Okay? How was this morning so far? Good stuff. Lunch is through these double doors. Follow your nose, straight ahead. See you back here in 55 minutes. Thank you. We don't lock the room, but it's entirely up to you. Left at your own risk, unfortunately. We are in Richmond.
No one's going to say that.
What if somebody says they want to sell that business in order to go into another business?
Okay.
It's a different type of motivation, though, isn't it? It's not an urgent.
Okay, so if you could retake your seats for me, please. Thank you very much. Let me tell you what we're doing now. Welcome back. Great. We just... Okay, right. Good stuff. Okay. So, first thing to note, how was lunch? Okay, good stuff. I can see some of you still enjoying the dessert. Now, if you are... Okay, guys, if you could just retake your seats, please. We've got lots to do this afternoon. If you are watching at home, I'm talking to you, and you are struggling to see the PowerPoint on the screen, what you may not have appreciated, that everyone in the room can endorse, is that I have actually been reading every word that's on the screen. Therefore, if you've been sitting at home thinking, I can't see the screen, I'm missing out in some way, you haven't. Because you haven't missed a word, because I've said everything. And also, we're sending everyone the PowerPoint anyway. So just because you couldn't focus on some of the words, it doesn't matter. You'll be okay. All right? So let me tell you what we are doing this afternoon. In a moment, I'm going to tell you about our practical exercise of the month, where you can practice what we've been talking about this morning in 3 very different business buying scenarios. And it will have the opportunity for everyone to be a buyer, to be a seller, and to be an observer. So we circulate around. So if this is a group of 3 here, you're the buyer, you're the seller, the observer. Next way round, you're the seller, you're the buyer. No, well, you know what I mean, right? So you can figure it out between the 3 of you. This is kind of a test. If you can't figure out who does what, then you can't buy the business. So we're gonna do that, and we're going to later on this afternoon. I'm going to introduce you to Daniel Beaumont, who was sitting in one of these chairs a couple of years ago, and he's going to be telling you how he has bought several businesses since, using a particular strategy that I think you will find quite enlightening. It's something that I taught you on the Zoom training, but you may not have realized its practical application. And the reason I bring people in who've been in your position before is so you can see how people have practically applied what you're learning on the training. And then we're going to end the day with a goal-setting exercise so that you can determine how many acquisitions you need to do. Now, you may have noticed I haven't mentioned one subject, which is the subject that some of you might have on your minds, which is, I don't know what type of business I want to buy. Now, the thing is, ultimately, that has to be your decision. I can't, the person sitting next to you can't, no one else can tell you what to buy. You have to make that decision. But I would strongly suggest that you make that decision as quickly as possible. Because the longer you put off that decision, the longer it takes to get started. So you might recall on the Zoom training, I'm going to repeat it again now, the 1,000 letter strategy. 1,000 businesses in your area, your town, your city. If you live in the countryside and there's not much around you, just expand the radius, but just 1,000 businesses receive a letter from you, and then people will phone you, and you can talk to people who want to sell. Because part of your decision making might be based upon not what businesses do I want to buy, but what businesses are available to buy. And you might discover 3 commercial cleaning companies call you. You hadn't even thought about commercial cleaning. And you think, well, you know what? If that's a profitable business, maybe that's a business that I should buy. And here are 3 options that I can look at immediately. But you need to get off the starting blocks. I think we need to have a pact between us that you can't go more than the next 60 days making that decision. Because otherwise you're going to lose a third, half, 2/3, 3/4 of the year just making a decision. And it doesn't have to be a decision that you stick with for the rest of your lives. You could buy a commercial cleaning business. 6 months later, you think, no, don't want to do this anymore. You sell it to someone else. You could sell it to someone in this room. You might not get the best deal. You could sell it to someone in this room, right? So let's just buy something. You're not going to run it, but you want to get through that learning curve of that first acquisition, and then you'll say to us all, what was all the fuss about? Why did I spend so long thinking about this when I could have just gotten on with it? May not feel like that right now, but I can assure you, the sooner you do it, the better. Okay? So, this is how the exercise works. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to break into groups of 3. I am trusting that the room divides equally into groups of 3. I would like you to be with 2 other people you do not know or do not know well. So not people that you've been on the training with before, not people that you arrived with today. So 2 other people. Otherwise, it's just not so effective. If we happen to have an even number, and there's going to be a group of 4, let that group of 4 contain 2 people who've been on the program before, because I want the new people to get the most benefit out of this. I think that makes sense. I'm sure you'll figure it out. So, in front of you, you can see 3 piles. There's this pile of papers, this pile of paper, and this pile of paper over here on the stage. They're all different. So with your group of 3, one of you takes one from this pile, one of you takes one from this pile, and one of you takes one from this pile. Therefore, you've got 3 different scenarios. This one, doesn't really matter which one it is, but that's the digital marketing company, for example. One of these is the IT, and one of these is the domiciliary care. So in your group, you have 3 different scenarios. You decide who's going to go first as buyer, seller, observer. And the seller, this is instructions for the seller. The seller reads their notes. It's quite short. I've kept it deliberately short. And that's the business that you're selling, seller. Buyer, do not peek. Do not look, because there are some very specific notes to the seller on what to do. Okay? So buyer, you've got to start asking questions of the seller. Imagine it's like a phone call. You can also throw in to the sellers, you can also throw in some questions to the buyer and ask them those tough, difficult questions that we talked about this morning. This is your opportunity to practice and get all of the hesitation out of your system. You might start by asking them, who are you? Got your letter. Who are you? Have you ever bought a business like this before? So it goes both ways. And then observer, you can give your feedback to both the buyer and the seller. But you've got to move fast. You've only got 20 minutes per scenario. So you've got to move really, really fast on this. Allow at least 5 minutes for the observations at the end from the observer and a discussion around those. Now, observers, you've got a very important role because you need to give very candid, honest, and frank feedback to the other 2. And if you felt like that person was doing a great job, you tell them. If you felt that maybe they were a little too hesitant or they didn't have a very good answer to the who are you question, tell them, because that feedback will help them. Let me tell you how you accept feedback. You don't do it with folded arms and a bit of a grumpy look on your face and deny that the observer is right. How dare you tell me that I didn't explain who I was very well? You need to take it in good grace because this is the learning experience. I'm just trying to help you get the best out of this. Is everyone clear? Does anyone have any questions? You can ask if you have. Oh, we have a question. Just call it out and I'll repeat it back. Do you turn your backs? No, I know exactly what you mean. You don't have to. You don't have to. But it does lead me on to something I didn't mention, which is you do not have to stay in this room. If you go down the steps through that door there, you get into the hotel reception. There are some sofas and chairs. There's at least 3 or 4 areas that you can sit down there. You can move through to the lounge area here, or the area just in front of the restaurant that you walked through earlier on. Joe will come and get you in 60 minutes. All right? So you've got to move fast. So that's how fast you've got to move. You've got to quick off the mark. Right. Everyone knows what they're going to do. Find your groups, grab your papers. Are you a 2? If you take your seats for me, welcome back. So, if you could just grab your seats, please. We're going to have a quick feedback on that. It looks like we've got a group still going strong over here. Some tough, look at this. Look at these heads together, negotiating like you wouldn't believe. Who's winning? None of you, all of you. You're winning, right, okay. Alrighty, so let's start off with the IT company. So, IT company buyers, raise your hands. IT company buyers. So we've got, actually stand up, it'll be easier, then I can see you. So we've got an IT buyer, okay. So tell me, IT buyers of IT companies in our scenario here, did any of you manage to buy this business for nothing? Nearly nothing? How much did you pay? 120? 100? 100? 130? 700? How much? Are we talking about the same one? IT company? IT company buyer?
Yeah, we didn't get to a number.
Sorry?
Didn't get to a number.
Didn't get to a number. Right, you can sit back down. I think we've got a good sample. 180. It's getting worse. Shouldn't have said that. So, would you like to hear what was on the IT company's page? This is a sole trader business with £400,000 of annual turnover. You think the profit is about 60,000 as you outsource a lot of the work. It's your lifestyle business, but you have a couple of larger clients who like that you're on call 24/7. So from you as a buyer's perspective, there could be a couple of decent contracts in there for you. But IT company buyers, listen to what the seller had as instructions. You are desperate to sell and would hand them the keys for nothing, but don't tell the buyer this. So those of you paying 100,000, 180, you had a very, very motivated seller there who would have just said, just take it. For their personal reasons, whatever they might be, just take the keys. Now, this exercise by itself demonstrates you never know how far you can go until you keep on pushing. I believe that you should go into every deal believing that you can buy the business for nothing and be slightly disappointed when you have to pay something. But you start from because if you go in thinking, oh, they're going to want a lot of money for this business, I know that they're going to want a lot of money for this, then you have just lost your own mental game with yourself because now you think they are going to want more, when in this case, according to the instructions, they'd have given you the keys for nothing. Moving on. Domiciliary care. Domiciliary care buyers, stand up, please. How did you do the deal? There's a lot of you. Right, okay. So we'll take the people closest to the front because we need you to use the mic. So if we can make sure this is on. Thank you very much. Right, we need a couple of, you're the closest, just step up here for me. Do you want to join up here, just form an orderly queue? Do you want to come out, you sat back down, but you come out here? Do you want to come through as well as you're right close to the front? You want to step up as well? So and the rest of you can sit back down. So how did you buy this business, Oliver?
So we agreed, I think, $1 million up front and $2 million deferred over 4 years.
Okay, so $1 million up front, so how much deferred?
$2 million.
Okay.
I think it was 1.5.
1.5.
I've put it up to 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how much on day one?
$1 million.
1 million. Okay, interesting. Fine. Were there any? How did you guarantee? how did you satisfy the seller's desire for a guarantee?
I just said the solicitors will take care of that.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, good answer. That's for the solicitors to take care of. I try not to get involved with the legal stuff. It's not something I really know much about. We let the solicitors do all of that. Yeah, great, Oliver. Thank you very much. We're going to get a completely different version here.
So quite similar. My one's 2 million with 1.2 upfront, deferred over 3 years.
All right, are we talking about the same one, right? We're talking about the domiciliary care? Yes, got it.
Sorry.
Yeah, when the microphone moves towards you, don't back away. because then you stay the same distance from it. So just give us those numbers again.
2 million with 1.2 upfront, deferred in 3 years, rest.
Over 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other interesting elements to this business that you've discovered?
Actually, after that, we found out probably it's not very good because 3 members plus the owner, they all involved in the
yes. Well observed.
management.
Well found out.
And
yes.
for this domiciliary business, probably going to be all the management team within
So all the management team are going to leave. Yeah.
Probably.
But are there any? Okay. Are there any little benefits to buying this business?
Benefits?
Yeah. Was there anything about the business and its bank account?
You mean the 1.2 million in
the
cash? Yes.
Are we utilizing that in any way?
Yeah, they probably can buy the business with the cash in the bank. The business cash. Yeah.
It would certainly help, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it certainly helped. But and then after that, my my buyer told me probably that the money isn't all belongs to the company, and might be some belongs to the tax and some belongs to somewhere else. So probably it's not 100%. 1.2 million belongs to the company. So like.
Well, it does belong to the company. But whether there are some debts that need to be settled on completion.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let's get a completely different perspective. Up to the mic, please.
I went the other way. They said it was 6 million turnover with 2.2 million turnover with 650 whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Profit,
Yes.
And they wanted 5 million for it.
Yes.
So I didn't want to pay that, so I said I wouldn't pay it.
Okay.
And then.
What happened next?
Well, then we had a conversation about, but it's a good business, it's got plenty of room for expansion. But then my view is, well, if it's all family members, then those family members all want to leave. You're not buying a business in a sector where the people that are your client base are probably wanting that continuity because of the no-like-trust thing.
It's true.
So eventually, I was backing away, and eventually I got told that there was 1.2 million in the bank. So I agreed to have a look at the accounts and get back to them, but I wasn't promising them 5 million.
Okay. How could you have done that? How could you have reached 5 for them?
I'm not sure that I would have wanted to pay 5 million for a 2.2 million business, and that's maybe just where my thinking is at. But I wouldn't. No, I didn't have a route to get to paying them 5 million for 2.2.
Here's one way of always bridging the gap: is have an earn-out. So if the business performs according to their forecasts, then they get the numbers. The numbers can hit the 5 in this situation. But if they don't, then you don't pay it. So they have, on paper, a deal worth 5 million, but the reality might be it's only 3.5 because the business didn't perform in line with their expectations. And believe me, every seller has amazing expectations. The future is so bright, it's going to be incredible, business is going to go through the roof. And of course, we know the reality sometimes can be far from that. That's great. Thank you, Alison. Thank you very much. A different perspective here on the same deal.
Didn't get close to a deal. No, I don't think.
Didn't get close.
No,
Okay.
No. Steve, who took the role of seller, came over quite sort of forcefully, and yeah, I think that's.
Who is that? Who is the forceful seller? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. So, I'd not done one before, so I
That's okay.
Didn't take it forward very well.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I'll tell you something that could influence your decision, whether it's a good deal or not, is understanding the domiciliary care market. And if you knew that the exit multiples from domiciliary care, and I've got a mastermind client from about 3 years ago who's really, he's doing so well that he won't come on the podcast to tell people about it in case one of his competitors hears it and understands how he's doing what he's doing, which is very frustrating. I said, we can disguise your voice, we can change your name, but he doesn't want to risk anyone knowing. But domiciliary care, an amazing business. So if you knew an exit multiple of, say, 11 or 12, then suddenly paying this looked actually quite reasonable, as it would be an amazingly stable, 2.2, 650,000 business as your platform investment. But great, thank you very much. You did well. Thank you. And Jack?
Yeah, I was the same really. I didn't get to a deal.
Okay.
I wanted to see the accounts first because I want to find out how I'll pay and how much I'll pay of the initial consideration.
Yes.
With regards to how much invoice discount, trade debtors and stuff.
Okay. Okay. Now.
So, yeah, didn't get to a deal.
But how far did you get though?
Wouldn't pay the 5 mil for a start.
But why? Okay. Do you mind me asking you why wouldn't you pay 5? Why do you think 5 doesn't work?
I mean, I'm more than happy to pay 3 times, maybe 4.
Okay.
But not nearly 8 or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's heading for that.
It is. It's
yeah.
quite heavy.
But what if you use that earn out to bridge the gap? So.
I don't know how you do that yet.
Well, we did cover it on the Zoom training. See, I'm going to remind you of things in the Zoom training which at the time feel theoretical, but then when you see a practical example, all kind of fall into place. So this is where you bridge the gap between the value that they want and what you want to pay based upon performance. It's a very, very useful strategy to allow the seller to sign a contract saying that they will get this, but things have to happen for them to get that amount. Like, it may be turnover, they're always saying turnover is going up, but turnover has to hit 3.5 million in the next 24 months, or whatever it might be. Profit has to stay at whatever percentage it is in that time frame, and then they get an additional payout, which brings them up to the 5. So it's a really neat way of doing that. Jack, thank you very much indeed. You see, what we're seeing here is the same deal being approached from different angles by different people. And it also shows there's not one answer. There's not one single answer to any of this. Okay, digital marketing. Digital marketing buyers stand up. Right. Tell us what you decided to pay for this business, Jason.
Didn't exactly get to a deal, but...
No, that's okay. Okay. No, absolutely, Jason, come up here, that's fine. So you said you didn't get to a deal.
No, but when he mentioned that the broker had valued it at $1 million, I think it was.
Yeah.
I just said something about what you said earlier about we just halve that. But what I realised afterwards is I should have just said, forget what the broker says. What do you think it's worth? And that's what I realised afterwards, because he would have then told me what he thought it was worth, and then we probably could.
Yeah. Do you remember the questions from this morning? Tell me what you need.
Yeah.
No one's getting what they want right now. Tell me what you need. If we were to do something together, tell me what you'd need to make it work for you.
Yeah. So I think what I struggled with, and I'd appreciate your feedback, is when all these numbers are being thrown at you, trying to get in your head what you think it's worth. I know that I wasn't meant to say it, he's got to say it first.
Sure.
But I think I was kind of thinking I had to say something.
Yeah, Jason makes a really good point. Let me tell you, if we're looking at a nursery school business, and I have to, again, just emphasize, because everyone has their concept of a nursery school is usually based upon the nursery school that their children went to. And they think sometimes that it's like the downstairs of a terraced house and there's like 12 children and it's all very sort of cozy. We've got some of the largest nursery schools in the country, 200 places, 220 in one. I mean, they're like these huge, huge buildings. So we can look at one of those and decide what it's worth to us within minutes, because you know the sector. Now, that is a place that you need to get to as quickly as possible because it takes out all the uncertainty. You know what you would pay. So when they say the amount that they want, you're either going, brilliant, let's do the deal, or you're saying, well, absolutely no way, I need to halve that. And that's where you can, and Linda's very good at this. She says, you're in cloud, I can't say this, by the way. It doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth. But for her, she said, you're in cloud cuckoo land. She said, it's a fantasy. You're never going to get it. You never get it in a month of Sundays. And she tells them that. And because she's got the rapport and she's got that connection, they go, oh, really? Well, what do you think? What do you think I should price it at? They ask for your advice on the pricing. Crazy, but true.
Yeah,
that's great, Jason. Thanks very much. Who else has got a price that they paid for the digital marketing buyers? Would you like to step forward?
Didn't get a price organised, but I can...
You didn't get a price? So step up to the front.
So, the revenue is 1 million, was it?
1.2. Yeah, 1.2 revenue.
That's right, yeah. So, where we got to was, I think he wanted a million for it, which is like 2.5 times EBITDA.
Okay, yes.
But basically, I just did the
Yes. And what happened?
And he just carried on going. So I said, okay, so how do
you know why? He'd been on the training. That's why, yeah.
There was a slight pause. But then he went on to say about the broker, so I just dived straight in with the broker, broker clause, and said, I'd only be going for half. And we just started having a conversation, didn't we, about how we can reduce that million that you were willing to negotiate further down.
Was there any pressure on the seller to do this deal?
Any pressure?
Yeah,
on the seller?
Did they divulge any pressure?
He did mention he wants to move it in 6 months. I think,
Yep.
Was it? And I was keen to do it in 3 months, if we could get.
Oh well,
that
actually,
right
sell
down.
before Easter. So yeah, 3-4 months.
Okay.
Yes. And why did he tell you why he wanted to sell before Easter?
Didn't ask. Should have asked, shouldn't I?
Yeah, it's becoming very stressful. You see, he's got £120,000, guys, of HMRC debt. HMRC are chasing. This is becoming very, very stressful. He doesn't actually think that the 1 million that the broker put a price on it at is the right number because he's not making any money. The reason why is because his cash income is the same as his cash outgoings. So he might be making £400,000 profit using accrual counting on paper. However, cash-wise, he doesn't feel like he's making any money. So your quickest solution in a business like this is to change the payment terms of the customers so the customers pay up front rather than in arrears, which improves your cash flow, and suddenly that 400,000 of earnings translates into real cash at bank. Problem solved. Get on the phone to HMRC, do a 24-month time to pay, spread 120,000 over 24 months, suddenly that scary £120,000 bill is £6,000 a month. This is an amazing business run by someone who is stressed, is scared, and wants to get out. You could buy this business for practically nothing because his health is more important than the money. And on that bombshell,
I'm out.
Thank you. All right, you can sit back down. Sorry, we kept you standing there for a long time. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this. In 3 or 4 months' time, we'll do something similar again. And I want you to remember this afternoon because your approach to this will be entirely different. You will be doing deals, you'll be doing very, very smart deals, and you'll know exactly which questions to ask to get the information to help you do those deals. This is your first dipping your toe in the water. We got some decent results, though, some good results. Do you feel like you learned something? Yeah. Did you feel like you could answer the who are you question a little bit better now? Good stuff. Would you like some coffee? Yes. Yes, Jonathan. Right. 15-minute coffee break, and then I'll introduce you to our special guest of the day. 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
I'm going to take 30 seconds of your time.
Thank you. Right, okay, if you could retake your seats. Now, I'd like to show you this bottle of champagne, which is part of a two-box set of bottles of champagne sent by Ozan and Octay, who are unfortunately unwell today, who are on this program, saying thank you very much. Looking forward to working with you over the next 2 years. And the reason I just mentioned that is just as a reminder of what gratitude looks like. There you go. Just put that in there as a subtle reminder. So, I'd like to introduce you to Daniel Beaumont. Daniel and I were chatting earlier and just catching up on where we first met. And Daniel was on this Mastermind program 2 years ago, I believe. Is that right?
Finished a year and a half ago. So.
Finished a year and a half, so it'd be 2.5. Yeah, because it was a bit mixed up because of COVID and rearranging the events and so forth. And I've invited Daniel to come along here today to tell you about what he's been doing since, and the deals he's done, and the way he's structured them, which I think you'll find very interesting. And maybe, Daniel, you could just start with a little bit of background on yourself and what led you up to being interested in buying a business.
Okay, so started my career working down in London as a chartered accountant. But I also I was in the management consulting team, and then I moved into a due diligence team. So a bit of M&A stuff, but not loads, but we did things like IBRs, independent business reviews for banks. So well trained in looking at a business and be able to understand how it operates and how the accounts work. Then 2011, my wife and I moved back up north, and I took over running our family textile business in Lancashire. It was a bit of a turnaround job, but got it sort of nicely profitable. Then we got an offer out the blue 5 years ago from a Saudi Arabian business looking to get into the UK. So we did a deal where we sold the business, and I stayed on as MD for 3 years. Absolutely hated it. I think combination of working for somebody else once you've been your own boss is a challenge, and there's a few, cultural differences with my Saudi friends. So I left there January 2020, and then I set up my own business and set out looking to acquire businesses, but I'll skip a step. In the meantime, I'd heard of Jonathan on a podcast, got the free book. Was it free? It might have been free. Yeah, probably, yeah. And listened to sort of I think he'd had about a dozen podcasts at the time. Listened to those and thought, this sounds exactly what I want to do. With my previous accounting background and having been through a sale. So signed up for the Mastermind, which I started whilst I was finishing off at what was the family business. And then, so January 2 years ago, just went for it, wrote a lot of letters. COVID hit, which I thought might have been a, spanner in the works. But then sort of worked through and completed the first deal in August 2020.
Fantastic. So, yes, well, did I hear one single, one round of applause from over there? So let's deconstruct that. How did you find that first acquisition?
Through letters. So it was about April 2020. You sent to the group a letter structure for COVID specific. A really short letter, but if you're, finding it tough or can't be bothered to deal with this, stress of what's going to happen in the future. So I sent, 100 odd letters, probably 200 letters, one of which came back and we set up a conversation and went from there.
So we talked this morning about how the conversation goes, that first contact. You must have done quite a few of those conversations by now. What have you learned that you can pass on to everyone else that might be useful to them starting that conversational journey?
So first things first is get your position yourself as why you're doing it. You're not just some bloke off the street, as it were. You've got a story to tell. Why have you contacted them? What's your background and why you're interested in their business or any business?
You didn't see, obviously, this morning's session, but we kind of said pretty much that.
Yeah, so when I follow your initial 14 questions, still 14 questions? Follow that, and same every time, even if it's not from a letter or if, say, someone contacts me via LinkedIn, arrange a call, and the first 2 minutes is just me giving the pitch, which is very similar to what I just gave then. And 99% of the time, that's...
Oh, so you tell I looked after my family business because the businesses you buy are in manufacturing, so there's a link. There's a link there.
It wasn't the family business wasn't manufacturing; it's wholesale.
Okay.
So I give it the pitch that I have a non-compete clause, so I can't go back into textiles. Hence why I'm looking at something differently. But then I explain my background in accounting and why I'm not daunted by looking at a business.
So you're leveraging your background and experience. So you're taking something out of your CV that you might not have really ever thought to mention, and actually bringing it to the front as a way of building your personal credibility.
Yeah. So, and when you say, I can't say I'm a chartered accountant now because I'm no longer a member of the institute, but I'm ACA qualified, which sort of buys you a lot of credibility. And I now say I sold the family business, and now I say I'm reinvesting in other businesses.
Okay.
So they think
with the implication being
they think you've got cash in the bank, yeah.
Yeah. So do you feel that boosts your credibility because you have that you tell that story?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay. So we've got the first bite from a letter. What was the process to getting a deal agreed?
So if there's mutual desire to move forward and arrange a face-to-face meeting, which I would say is about 90% of the time, actually, because you filter out, within the first minute of the call, you filter out, got some bloke in Carlisle, I remember once, wouldn't let me have the accounts, or wouldn't tell me what his turnover was. I said, you got to speak to my accountant. I said, well, give me a clue. So there, straight away you think, no, it's just going to be a waste of time, this. So yeah. Most of the time I say, right, okay, I'm keen to discuss this further. I mean, it's verbatim what we did on the course, really.
So are you saying, Daniel, you followed the process?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to invite you to a meeting. I have the meetings at my house. So they come to my house and they see it's quite a nice house, so I don't mind blowing my own trumpet there. But they see this guy's he is what he says he is.
Yeah.
And then I follow, same, meeting one, follow the questions that basically copied and pasted from what you gave us. Go through, so get an understanding of the sales process, who the people are, the operations. Think, okay, yeah, there's a business here that can be transferred. It'll survive without the owner, or if not, we can employ someone there to make that work. Then we go through the account, sort of line by line, ask any questions about any movements, or find out more about the debtor book, really, or what assets there are.
Now why are you asking about that? What's at the back of your mind?
How I'm going to pay for it.
Yeah. So you're looking at what assets there are in the business, because you could use asset finance. Looking at the B2B debtor book, because you're thinking invoice discounting.
Yeah, or property and plant, stock. Stock's difficult.
Yeah.
And yeah, just get a feel of the working capital position. Okay. Does it make sense? And then before the meeting, I've probably done a back of a fag packet, sort of rough estimate of what I think it's probably worth.
That's interesting. So this was kind of touched on earlier, and how the more you get to know a type of business, the more you can just get a feeling for what it would be worth to you, because it's going to be worth different amounts to different people. And you said back of a fag packet. So what are the things that you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at nurseries, you know what all the multiples are because you're looking at them all the time. It's quite a acquisitive market, so there's that public information. I've been looking at sort of standalone businesses, quite niche businesses on their own, so there's no comparable data. You can't go and find out what the multiples are for a similar business because there simply probably isn't one. So I look at the net asset value at the bottom of the balance sheet, which is your basic. Well, that's what the accounts say the business is worth. That's what it's worth.
So if you sold it on that particular date, this is what the company owns, this is what the company owes. You take what it owes off what it owns, and you're left with a number at the bottom, which you hope is positive.
Yeah, yeah. I'll stay away from the negative ones. Or just roughly EBITDA between 2 and 4, just a rough ballpark. I mean, all valuations are made up anyway. Just a number. But it's just a way of justifying whether you're in the right ballpark or not. And then I get them to tell me what they want for the business. I don't make offers. I don't get into competitive bidding. And they'll tell you what they want for it. And if it's reasonable or in that ballpark, then try and structure a deal to get it done.
Okay, so tell us about the structure of the first one, because it's an interesting structure.
So the first one, manufacturing business in Yorkshire, owned the premises that it operated from, which was the main asset. The way it invoiced meant you couldn't use invoice financing because it part invoiced along the way. So the deal structure was I paid them for the property on day one, and then the balance of the business deferred over 4 years. So for them, they got the majority of the total consideration on day one, and I got a property investor, and we did an instantaneous sale and lease back on the property.
And was the property contained in the same, in the trading company?
Yeah.
Did you do it? I remember talking to you about this around that time. Did you do a demerger?
No, we didn't do a demerger because there was historical tax losses that could be utilised. Okay. And this is my first deal. The sellers it was from a group of companies they are deal makers themselves, and they were more experienced and educated than me probably.
Sure.
So I knew we weren't going to tax liability, so I used up those tax losses. Otherwise, they were pushing the timeline, probably, which wouldn't happen again. But.
So just to explain that again, so the property investor, how did you find that person?
One of my best mates.
Ah, right. So it's a personal contact.
Yeah, but so I'd already had the conversation with him in the previous months, saying I'm looking at acquiring businesses. Would you be interested in coming on board as a property investor? And he'd sold his business a couple of years ago, and he had residential properties, and he was looking for commercial properties to invest in anyway, so that worked quite well. But I approached surveyors that I knew, and got them to put me in touch with people that they knew who knew people investing in commercial properties. So I actually had 3 people lined up as potential acquirers for this premises until my mate said, yeah, he wanted to go for it, so
okay,
went with that.
So he either bought it for cash or got finance on it, but either way, he was able to deliver to the seller of the business and the property value as a day one payment, and then the balance was paid over, I think he said 4
years in arrears.
So you effectively got the business for none of your own money, and you're paying for it out of cash flow over a 4-year period.
Correct, yeah.
And just to give us some headline figures on the business, turnover, profitability.
So turnover pre-COVID was about between 2 and 2.5 million. And then sort of it was making between 1 and 200 profit on the last set of accounts.
Okay. Now, you've actually heard this before, because this is when we do on the Zoom training the 8 ways to buy a business without utilizing any of your own cash. This is number 7. Okay, so this is a practical application of what, in the context of the Zoom training, may appear theoretical, but this is how you actually put it into practice. So you've got your first business. What happened next?
Tried to buy another business, and that collapsed at the last minute. Bit frustrating. But then, loads of letters.
So tell us why the second one went off the rails.
Second went off the rails, 2 reasons. One, the buyer took out a load of debt in between us agreeing heads, getting completion, and then just assumed I would take that debt on. So that was one problem. And he didn't realise that would then reduce his consideration. Secondly, I interviewed somebody and had someone lined up to take over to run that business the day he left. So it was all, you want to retire, right, look, I've facilitated this, so apart from like you just being available to tell us where the keys are for what have you, I've got someone from the industry who's going to run it for you, so you've got your money and you've retired, happy days. And I'm guessing, he realised that actually he could get someone to run his business for him.
Yeah.
And hopefully build it up and get more for it. So I think I even said to him, I said, look, even if I took on this extra debt, 'cause it was still an all right deal at the price with the debt included, would you sell? And he was like, no. So, right, okay, fine. So, yeah.
I've got to say that what I've always seen when people feel as though they'll hold out a little bit longer, I'll just do this for another year, the value never goes up.
The guy who I had lined up, a month later went to see this guy and got given a job. So he rang me up and said, I went to see the seller and he's offered me a job. I just wanted to let you know. I said, well, I'd have done the same if I was you. No probs there. And he lasted a year and they didn't get on. And I don't know. I keep meaning to actually get back in touch with the seller and see.
Well, but there could still be an opportunity
be,
there, yeah, at a better price. So you sent out lots of letters, lots more letters. What happened next?
So I had loads of good meetings just over a year ago. Got another... so I'm thinking around. Right, loads of letters, but also in the meantime, I saw a business through a broker. Well, it wasn't really a broker, it was a site that advertised businesses for sales, and they give you the price. So straight away, you can go on Company's House, look at the balance sheet, and think, actually, that price makes sense. So got in touch with the broker, and I have a CV just ready to go with my background on and what I'm looking for. Sent the CV and said, I'm interested in this business. Can you put me in touch with the sellers? So he signed an NDA, and then that was it. Didn't hear from the broker again. Had a direct relationship with the sellers, and we agreed exactly the same deal structure for the first deal with the second one, which owned the property, and that deal completed in April last year.
So again, there was a property involved.
Yep.
But you did it slightly differently with this one.
So this time, the property was funded through a commercial mortgage and through I borrowed money against the assets from the first acquisition to fill the gap.
So you ended up buying the property yourself.
Yeah.
Give us a steer on property value.
275k.
Okay. So you didn't put any of your own money in. You used money from the first business that you bought, effectively from the first business that you bought, and a commercial mortgage, and now you own that property. Do you own it personally in a SIP or?
The property's still owned within the business because that was the terms of the Barclays with the commercial mortgage.
Okay. And then they've got a charge over the whole lot. Yeah. So this second deal, overall then, placing the property aside, did you put any money into the business acquisition?
No.
Okay. Someone asked me a question in the break, and it's probably worth asking you how you deal with this. So this person was concerned about legal fees and how how you pay legal fees, because we're going to be using lawyers for this because we want to do it properly, and there's too much at stake to do it badly. So how do you deal with legals?
So I have an arrangement with both the lawyer and accountant I use. That is a termination fee or something, or abort fee. That's the one. And we try and limit the fees anyway to get because after it, well, lesson learned. But if something doesn't feel right about a deal, there's a reason why, and then best to walk away quickly. But abort fees I roll into the next deal. So everyone still gets paid. Did
you get that from me? Or was
no,
that?
Didn't you?
Yeah. Works, right? Yeah. So guys, this stuff works. All right? You've just got to follow the process. That's all you have to do. So just to explain that in a different way. So if a deal aborts, then quite clearly your lawyer isn't going to say, oh, well, I did that 30 hours work and I don't want to be paid for it. they'll want something, but you can pre-agree an abort fee, which is usually on an hourly rate, so that it feels fair. And then on the next deal, you pay them a bit more. But how do you fund the bit more? How do you fund the fees themselves? Where is the invoice sent?
So the invoice gets sent to my holding company. With the lawyer, they wanted to do it. They want to invoice the company with the engagement letter. So it gets invoiced to my holding company, and I charge that company charges a management fee to the trading companies. So that builds up a bit of a cash reserve, which I use for things like that. But with the accountants, I just get them to invoice the target company directly.
So the company that you're buying is invoiced for the fees?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So, but bottom line is it's not coming out of your pocket.
Correct, yeah.
It's coming from within the businesses that you're buying, or the group structure that you're buying into. Fantastic. So with this second deal, similar business or not?
No, manufacturing, but this was a plastic compression molding business.
Okay.
So quite niche.
Okay. But you also own the property, so that's a nice asset to have in there. And then what happened after the second acquisition? By the way, are you running them as separate businesses? Is there any sort of crossover, or are they completely separate?
They're all standalone businesses, although the plastic compression molding business needs molds or tools, and the business in Yorkshire, the tool making business, so we do get them to quote. And the idea is that we could potentially be a supplier, but it doesn't quite, it's slightly different products. Okay. So the idea is if they're standalone, and if they should be nice and profitable on their own. Yeah. But if there is sort of synergies to be had, then that's a bonus.
That's a bonus. And did you have any background or experience in the plastic compression molding?
No.
Okay. So how did you deal with that then? What happened when the seller said to you, so do you have any experience in plastic compression molding?
I'll just tell them no. But then I tell them my background in terms of, like when I took over the family business, I didn't know anything about textiles. But that worked out, so.
Yeah.
I follow a process and get them to understand, but 90% of all businesses are pretty much the same.
It's only the business owner that thinks their business is so incredibly different to everyone else's, but underneath they are the same.
Yeah, as long as you've got sales and marketing, you manage your cash flow. I'm not actually going to get on the machines and start making things. So yeah, it doesn't matter. I set the KPIs. I get an email. I just got one today. Email with the weekly KPIs from one of the businesses. Okay, yep, enough quotes going out. Enough's been invoiced. We've won enough work for this month, so good.
Okay, brilliant. So let's move on to the third one. Tell us a bit more about that one.
So the third deal, I had another business which ended up not going ahead about 12 months ago. So Gavin was kind enough to provide some insight because it was a business that made printing machines.
Okay.
That was a retirement sale, so I went through a recruitment process and had someone lined up to run that business, but the buyer pulled out. And I should have known months ahead why it took so long to get to a point where he wasn't going to agree anything. But the buyer pulled out, so I had to ring the guy up and say, sorry, mate, there's no job for you, I'm not buying this business. He said, well, actually, the company I work for, the owner wants to get out. So he puts in touch, and I'm thinking, well, actually, I already know the guy, like the number 2 in this business, so he can step up to run it for me if we can get a deal agreed. So I followed the same process. I sent the guy I knew my CV, said, can you forward it on to your boss? And if he wants to contact me, just give me a call. So I get a phone call. This guy introduced himself.
And I'm presuming when you say CV, you're not talking about your O-levels, your GCSEs. No, this is a one-pager?
One page. Career history dates. So I always put in that I started off as an accountant and what I did, like deal-related stuff.
So basically it's a CV that has relevant content to someone thinking, is this someone who's worth speaking to?
Yeah. And it's at the top, on the side, there's an intro saying what I'm looking for now and why. So it covers off most of the initial questions you get.
So you're actually sidestepping those questions because they've already been answered. Yeah, great.
So most of the time I reckon I get a call off most of those. So called up, followed the 14 question. I've got a sheet which I just print off every time with squares in. I fill in the answers. Arranged a face-to-face meeting. He said he wanted a certain price of the business, which was a lot more than I thought it was worth. So I just went back to him a couple of days later, having spoken to my finance broker in terms of what was available. Said, all right, okay, if you want this price for your business, which is way more than what it's worth, I can structure a deal whereby you get X on day one, but the rest has to be deferred over 8 years. But that gets to that number that you want. And a bit of toing and froing, and the deal changed over time, but pretty much that's what we agreed to.
Okay, so you actually, earlier on, you may have heard us talking about using an earn-out to bridge the gap. You just stretched the deferred and said, well, if you want it, you can have it, but it's going to take you longer. And as long as the business can afford it over that period of time, and the business acquisition finances itself, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and the rationale for it was, well, okay, it's not worth that, but if you want that number, then you've got to let me structure it this way.
Yeah.
So it's, like you'd say, win-win.
So on a sort of similar way, when we've got a seller who's got a fixed number, and to be fair, they're probably right, it is worth that, even though we don't want to pay it, is like if we can stretch it over a period, and we put it over the next 4 years, and say, well, we've got payments 3 and 4 won't even be ours anyway, we won't own it then. So it's really not a big deal at all. Cool. And anything that you learned from that third deal that would be useful for everyone here? But if there isn't, it doesn't matter.
I think
I put you on the spot with
the
that
seller may have learnt a few things in terms of getting decent legal representation.
Okay.
And he got maybe stung on the completion accounts a bit.
Completion accounts. Obviously only relevant if you're doing a share purchase. Do you use my accountant?
No.
No, okay.
Jeff?
Yeah, because I saw him last week, and he said, that thing that you do with the completion accounts, he said, never heard that before. And I'm sure it's certainly not unique to me, but typically in a sale and purchase agreement, the completion accounts are prepared by the seller. That's the standard, that's the clause says that. The copy and paste template that solicitors use, the completion accounts completed by the seller, which I think is wrong because it gives the seller control over those completion accounts. So we always change it. We do very few share purchases, but we always change it to completed by the buyer, which means that you can't get stung. I guess they were producing them. Yeah. It means you're in control. And 2 that we did in 2019, actually the very first 2 acquisitions in this group were both share purchases. And we ended up, as a result of having someone savvy doing the completion accounts, not paying any deferred consideration at all. It was completely wiped out by the accounts. Could you just hold your question until we do questions in a moment, if that's okay? Just hold it 5 minutes.
Yeah, on this, when we've done completion accounts on 2 of them, the sellers produced them, which had the advantage in this case because you could say, well, your accountants produce the figures, not me, don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah.
But on the other side, things like valuing stock, which you've got a certain number of days to approve the accounts, you can't ring up all your customers and say, are you actually going to buy this stock?
Sure.
So you don't know if it's all going to be, sold and what have you.
So that's 3 deals. Are there more coming?
Yep, got one where we're aiming for completion end of February. Another leverage buyout.
Just explain that term. So we very rarely use that term. So explain what that
means.
Yeah,
well, it's just borrowing money against the business, the target's assets, to pay the initial consideration.
So asset finance, invoice discounting.
So the deal just completed and this one coming up, we're using a finance against the debtor book alongside a RLS, recovery loan scheme.
Yeah. And you've got an interesting twist on that because it's not something I have personal experience of, but my understanding was that the owner of the business would have to get that recovery loan in place before you buy it, but that's not your experience.
No, not with the company I've used for this.
Okay.
I know with, I tried to get a CBILS in place when that was available, and that had to be from an existing director.
Okay, so maybe that's where the belief is that it's the same system. So that would be acquisition number 4. Stopping there, or keep on going?
No, I set myself, I don't know why, a target of 5 companies. I don't know, 5 days in a week. I thought one day a week on each business. But, I mean, they look after themselves now, really.
Yeah.
And when I'm not doing a deal, I sort of got loads of time, so just keep going, see what comes my way. I've stopped sending letters now. The last deal I did, and the one I'm hopefully going to complete on at the end of next month, just came into me. One through the guy who I interviewed, and the other one was through my IFA, who introduced me to another one of his clients who was looking to sell.
Do you think this is because you started to gain some momentum and people know that you are a serious acquirer, therefore they send things your way?
Yeah, I get random stuff coming away now, which is great.
Yeah, very good.
And when they come to you psychologically, you don't have to justify who you are.
Absolutely.
And what have you.
And I asked everyone to remind me to ask you a question. And the question was something that we were talking about first thing this morning, which was about having the right attitude when it comes to buying a business. And what would you say the right approach, the right attitude is, the right way to talk to yourself?
You've got to get yourself motivated to go out and do it. And go through the process, whatever. Sort of go with the mindset that you're going to buy this business, knowing that 9 times out of 10 you're not. But go through the process, because even the deals that don't work, you learn valuations, you learn how what people value the business at, you learn potential deal structures, you explore options, how do people react to that. You practice your meeting routines, techniques. And I don't know if you covered it yet, but when the first phone call, when I did the Mastermind, spent a lot of time on how you do the first phone call.
Yeah.
And there were loads of questions on that. And when you do your first one, you're a bit nervous about it. Whereas now it's just like, rolls off the tongue, easy. So yeah, you got to actually be motivated yourself to go out and do it. But then you got to be pretty resilient and good problem solver. There are, every deal, there's things that come out of the woodwork when you do DD or, solicitors cause you problems unnecessarily. So you got to find solutions to problems to get a deal done. But also, I guess, if you structure it right, what's the worst that can happen if you fail? And if you're comfortable with that, then go on and do it.
Very good. Very good. Should we do some questions?
Yeah.
We need questions. Right. Raise your arm if you've got a question. And what we're going to do, we are going to pass the mic around. So can we get some volume on mic number 2, please? Can you just pass that behind you? Thank you. And then we'll come over there.
Daniel, hi. David. Very impressive. Thanks for sharing your stories. A couple of questions, if I may. What's the group structure that you bought them in? As in, do you have a group sort of holding company and then you just bought the 4 underneath?
Yeah, I've got a holding company. Then with each acquisition, there's an SPV. Well, it's 100% owned by the holding company. And then the SPV is the vehicle that I use to acquire the target. So Group now has got parent company, 3 SPVs and 3 trading companies. I'll do the 4th acquisition under that one. And then I'll set up a new holding company because I don't want to go over the audit threshold.
So exactly how I taught you on the fast track. I'm very flattered that someone with your background in accountancy and at some prestigious firms is following this process so closely. Fantastic.
Sorry, what's the audit threshold?
About 12 million turnover.
Oh, I thought it was less than that, actually.
Or maybe a 10 million turnover.
Okay.
Something like
well,
that.
There are three tests. There's about net asset value, number of employees, and turnover, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Once you start getting audited, there are audit fees involved and just hassle. And because you're a group, they treat it as one. And, you know.
The only time you probably want an audit is when you're getting ready to sell.
Okay. And just, I'm interested because it's something I'm looking at in terms of a similar, the manufacturing companies you talked about are seemingly standalone and quite dissimilar, but do you think having the total roll-up revenue for the group has added more than the sum of the parts to an EBITDA exit value, or not really?
I think that would work like Jonathan's doing with the nurseries, where they are similar businesses doing the same thing. These are the two standalone. So to sell, for an exit for these, they'd probably be individual sales. And I really, my sort of strategy when I went into this is just, if I can do a deal on buying, because I knew I'd have to go into something new. So I thought, well, I'm just going to go for it and sort of see where we end up in the end. So these are separate, although in a couple of months we're having a group get-together, an idea sharing, or see if there's any cross-selling, but no, I'm treating them as a standalone, and most likely, when it comes to an exit, sell them as standalone. But with each one, we may look at doing a sort of a buy and build or tag on other businesses to each one. But
and because you've got that structure, you can just sell off the SPV.
Yeah.
So it's easy to disconnect one out of the group because they're all hanging separately underneath your holding company.
But also, if one fails, whatever reason, that can just be parked and doesn't affect the other companies or the overall group.
Great. Good question. Thank you. Good question.
Yeah, hi there. Quick question. You were both talking about the closing accounts and getting stung by closing accounts because their side did it. Like, what do you mean by that, and how did you get stung, if that makes sense?
So in this...
Can I just repeat that for the benefit, because the mic was a bit wobbly there. So the question was about completion accounts, and Daniel, you said you got stung on those, so I'm going to find out a bit more about that.
I didn't get stung. The seller got stung.
Oh, so the seller got stung?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
right, completion accounts, we could be here all day talking about them. They can be quite complicated. But this deal scenario is we agreed a target working capital figure and a target cash figure, which was the last year end. So I said, I will buy this business for X based on a balance sheet that looked like that at the year end. But that was 9 months ago, and the balance sheet wasn't as strong as it was, and the seller had taken out some dividends during that time. And I did tell him, if you're going to take cash out of the business dividends, that's great, but just make sure the balance sheet value is still what it was. Otherwise, you might find you're having to pay some money back, which he had to. I spent a lot of time trying to understand completion accounts mechanisms, and I thought, as an accountant who'd worked in sort of M&A before, I thought I'll be able to get this, and it's complicated.
Great. If you can just pass the mic to the front here.
Hi, sorry, I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Now, this is about buying the freehold, right? So, in the negotiation or during the discussion, do you disclose that it will be somebody else who is buying the freehold, and how do you cover that?
Yeah, so the first deal, we just agreed a deal. So I'll pay for the property on day one and the balance deferred. And then my solicitor suggested maybe you should let them know that someone else is going to buy the property. Yeah, I let them know, said, look, by the way, I'm going to have to get a property investor on board. So we have to separate the property out, split the property out from the business. Are you okay with that? And they weren't bothered. The second deal, the property wasn't being split out, so it just stayed in. But yeah, I would now pitch it, say, okay, you want to sell everything, and normally say, look, you can't get a mortgage for all the property. So to get you that amount, we might have to bring in a property investor on board, and we might have to split it out, and just be upfront with them. Right. Most people, the money's in their account, they don't care where it comes from.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Let's just pass the mic across to Jason, please, and then we'll go up to the back.
Kind of related to the last question, but where you said about, like, we're going to do a leverage buyout, is that something that you're quite open with the seller as well? Like, this is how we're going to do the buyout? Or do you just sort that out after completion?
Yeah, I think initially I didn't pretend, but I suppose I gave off the impression that it was always my money that we're going to use to buy it. Whereas now, it's always like, right, how are we going to be able to get to this figure for you? And quite open about how we're going to fund it. So the deal that I'm hoping to complete at the end of the month, they import a lot and they've had some containers stuck. So they haven't been able to invoice because they haven't got the stock. So their debtor book at the moment is too low. So we've been through it and looked at their forecast debtor book and said, well, I'll tell you what, end of February, it's looking like we'll have the funds available. So I'm sort of working with them to be able to get the deal done.
So sometimes it's about just getting the timing right.
I think on that point now it's fully open. I don't have several £100,000 sat ready to pay you for this business. So let's work out how we get to that.
But I don't think it matters less and less, because quite clearly whatever you're doing is working for all these other people selling their business. Therefore, why wouldn't it work for me? So it's kind of, you've got that social proof that this is the deal that we did with these 3 other people, and that's what we propose doing with you as well. It's not like you're the guinea pig here. This is what we've been doing.
Yeah. And once you've done your first deal, you're suddenly an expert, and you're a lot more confident, but also you know what you're talking about a bit more. You've been through it. So once you've done a handful, then like this latest deal, the question has never even cropped up. Like, well, what are you putting in? It's like irrelevant. I'm finding you the cash.
And again, it's one of those things I think that we worry about when it hasn't happened, and it won't happen, and then you realise that it's really not a big deal for anyone anyway. You care more than anyone else. The seller doesn't care. As long as they get their money, it doesn't matter to them where it comes from.
But also, you come back to your deal flow. Well, if they don't go for it, move on to the next one.
Great. Got a question at the back?
How do you deal with sellers who want an additional payment for equipment in addition to the multiple?
You don't deal with them. I've had one person who it was with a broker, and they've been told that the average multiple the broker gets is like something like 10 times, plus the net assets, the value of the assets. And it's like, well, no,
the way to think about it is that you're buying a business, and the business owes things and owns things, and that is the business. And if you take out all the equipment that makes the business function, there's no business left anyway. The business can't function without the equipment that makes the stuff that the business sells.
So for me, I don't know if Jonathan agrees, the only asset that you could add on to a multiple is the property or land.
Just pass it over to that side, please. Yes, because the property is not intrinsic to the business performing. The business can perform in someone else's property. It doesn't have to happen there, and therefore, yes, it's a separate asset. If the assets are intrinsic to the business, if you're buying a business that makes think of an example makes microphones. There's that big microphone making machine. And you say, okay, here's the business. You can buy the business, great. Oh, by the way, if you want the microphone making machine, you've got to pay more. But that is the business. It's like, as we have done on some occasions, walked into the office and they've taken all the computers out. I said, no, we bought the computers. That's part of the package. You can't sell us the computers separately. It's a good question, though. And it will come up again in different guises. We've got a question over here.
Yes. With little to no knowledge in any of the businesses that you've bought, how have you dealt with the management, and how do you keep an eye on all of these businesses?
So the first business I bought from a group of companies, and it already had management team in place. So they were used to having management or owners who weren't on site. And you meet them, get a sort of a feel of what they're like, and I set them. We have weekly KPIs that I report back on. So I get an email every key performance indicators. So I get an email every Friday with the orders received that week, number of quotes and the value of the quotes, amount of invoiced, number of LinkedIn followers, number of website visits. I get a weekly cash flow forecast, and I approve all the payments out of the bank account. So, you know, people can't take money out, and I can't, you know, I always make sure the company's liquid. And then every month, we do produce management accounts, and we have a monthly management meeting where we go through the accounts and go through any issues.
So you run the business like an investor, not like an operational manager. That's the change of mind shift, mind shift change.
And it actually helps because I know nothing about tool making. I can't get involved in technical quotes or...
so sometimes it actually helps not to know.
We've got an engineering query. I'm like, well, don't look at me. I can maybe help you with accounting, but or HR, or how you deal with promoting people or choosing who to promote and what have you. So I mean,
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Just any other final questions? Because I think you're going to stay for a few minutes afterwards, aren't you? To chat to you individually if you'd like to. But any other questions for now?
Follow-up question.
Oh, a follow-up. Sorry.
Yeah. It sounds like a lot of work what you've decided to do. Is there anybody who would be able to take over from you if you decided to retire entirely?
My wife will say I play too much golf as it is. So no, what I do, it's on a daily basis. Actual in the business is less than an hour. Probably on a weekly basis.
Why did you think? Did it sound like Daniel's doing a lot?
Yeah, to me. But then I'm not an accountant. So that's,
well, no, I don't think you need to be an accountant.
I don't produce the cash flows or the accounts. I just look at them.
No, but you probably keep an eye on them and you know what every number means more than most people.
Yeah, but you do that as a matter of course as you build up. Every month you look at the same set of accounts. You look at what numbers jump out, what's changed. And to be honest, it's quite a complicated accounting for the manufacturing company because you've got a lot of work in progress. And I look at the WIP calculation, and I don't really understand it. As long as the number at the bottom's all right, it's okay.
As long as there's money that you can take out to do something else with or to service your personal financial requirements.
How do we know that money laundering is not occurring?
Where did that come from? Have we reached that point in the afternoon, maybe? We're going into the question twilight zone. So who's laundering money in this situation? I think we'll leave that one. Let's give Daniel Bowman a round of applause, shall we? That was great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. That was my one handshake of the day. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. And Daniel will stay for a little bit afterwards to chat with you as well. So what I would like you to do is get your pads, please. In the last 20 minutes, I'm going to show you how to reach the goal that you want to achieve. And I'm going to be throwing some numbers at you, but this is a very, very worthwhile exercise. And it starts with a number only you can know. I want you to project forward 3 years. 3 years into the future. I want you to imagine that over the course of the next 18 months, 2 years, you make several acquisitions. Maybe the acquisitions are similar businesses, which is always easier than different businesses, and they end up as one big business that you then sell, and you start that sales process in 3 years' time. Completely feasible timescale. And in 3 years' time, you're going to start a sales process with a target amount that you want to reach to be able to sell at an amount that you are happy with. Now, how do you define an amount that you are happy with? Well, it is an amount that could allow you to retire, if that's what you want to do, allow you to invest in something else, allow you to take some time off, allow you to spend more time with the family, whatever you want to do. But it's an amount that makes you feel very pleased with yourself for following this path over the next 3 years and getting that result. So I want you to write down that number right now. Just take a moment to think about it, but write down the number right now. Okay, so you've got a number that if you were to sell this business in 3 years' time, you'd be going, hey, that was a good 36 months. 3 years goes past really quickly. If you think about it, the pandemic started 2 years ago. And I don't know about you, but the last 2 years have flown by. Absolutely flown by. That's how fast 2 years can go. Okay? So 3 years is not a long period of time. So by now you've got a number in front of you. Who'd like to share their number? You can just call it out. Go for it. 40 million in 3 years. From a standing start, you've already got some traction in existing business, existing acquisitions. Target ones. Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Someone else? 50. This is not an auction. Okay. Now, where is our microphone? Have you still got the mic? I got it. I took it back for a reason, perhaps. If you could just pass that mic back. I want to see how we get to 50, because I'm all for big numbers. I am all for the big numbers, but I'm also, we've got to be realistic, because we've got to see where we're starting from, okay? Different people starting in different places. So how did you get your 50?
Work out
Use the mic.
Oh, sorry. I just need to buy, I think about 16 at 10 million each for the next 3 years.
Okay, that sounds like you've got a very clear plan there. Can we have a bit more volume on that, please? Hold the mic a bit closer. That's it, perfect. Great. Say those numbers again.
So I just need to buy businesses that turn over 16 million.
Yes.
10 million for the next, 16 of them for the next 3 years. So divided by 3, that's how much I need to get each year, or buy each year.
Are you an accountant?
Yes.
I can tell. Okay. We'll come back to that, because I'm going to give you a little bit more meat on the bone with that plan. Who else has got a number over here? 5. Great number. Great number. Very, very achievable number. Yes, someone else?
10 million after tax.
Oh, yes, thinking ahead, 10 million after tax. Very good. Yeah, absolutely. So 10 million clear. Nice way of thinking about it. Absolutely. Someone else? 25. Any takers over here? 50. I remember from last time. It hasn't changed. Okay, fantastic. So we've got a number. How do you reach that number? Well, you start with the end in mind. So if your goal is 5 million, I did this example just for you. I knew you were coming, so I thought I'd do this for you. And if you're in a sector that makes 20% profit before tax, so 20% earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, and the exit multiple is 8, then you need to buy £3,125,000 of revenue. How do we get to that number? Well, 5 million divided by 8 is 625,000, times 5 is 3,125,000. So that's what you've got to do. If your exit number is 5, your profit margin in that sector is 20, and your exit multiple is 8. So how do we find out the 5? Well, that's a decision that you have to make. You've just written that number down. How do we know what profit margin a sector makes? Well, it's not difficult to find out. You might want to start off with your accountant. If you've spoken to 10 businesses in that sector and looked at 10 sets of accounts, you'll soon figure out what the average is. And the exit multiple is 8. How do you know what the exit multiple is? Well, you read the trade press, you talk to people after a while, all those confidential deals, people tell, oh, I shouldn't tell you this, but they sold for 8 times. Yeah, I shouldn't tell, don't tell anyone. What do? You come here and tell someone else. Because that's how word gets around. So you know what it is. So you need to buy that level of revenue, just over 3 million of revenue. Why? Because we know that there's a 20% margin, which is 625,000. Our exit multiple is 8, so you take 625, multiply it by 8, you get to your 5. Now, when you put it like that, it makes it a lot simpler, because now all you have to do is go out and find enough businesses to hit that 3 million. Now, if the average transaction size is 1 million, you need 3 deals to get you there, because the reality is you'll get there a lot faster, you'll be able to reduce costs, economies of scale, profit improvements, you'll get there even faster. So if you only need to do 3 deals, couldn't you do that this year? Again, I said this morning, I think I'm a terrible role model in this regard, because it looks to everyone like you've got to go and do dozens and dozens and dozens. That's just the nature of my sector and our ability to do dozens and dozens and dozens. You don't have to. In this example, you only have to do 3 to get you the 5. But you've got to start now. If you want to do this over the next 3 years, don't say, yeah, you know what, I'll get limbering up for the first 12 months. I'll really get going in the second 12 months. It doesn't work like that. You've got to do it now. You've got to get moving now. So the next question is, I want you to write down what could hold you back. What could stop you from achieving the goal? Now, if you've got some big numbers, like 50 million, and look, 50 million is a big number. You don't have to do it all in one go. You could, if you're doing this from starting from 0, you could spend the next 3 years getting your first exit under your belt at, let's say, 5, then spend the next 3 years doing something that's an awful lot bigger, and then your numbers get bigger, everything gets bigger, and you achieve that 50 in several hops, rather than in one big leap. So, don't feel as though you have to do it all in one go. So the question is, what could hold you back? What could stop you? What could stop you? Who'd like to share something that they've written down? Okay, I don't know your first name, so you'll have to call it out. Do you still have the mic?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Precious. That's my name.
Okay, Precious. And
I think right now is my current business. I'm too involved.
And what is your current business?
Or property.
Would you like?
Yeah, sure.
What do you say you're too involved? Is it property?
As
Do you
in-
own
as in-
property or?
No. We buy and lease and we buy properties basically.
So you own property?
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel like from listening to everything today, I actually need to take myself out of the business to focus more on this.
Okay, so you're too involved in terms of your time?
Correct, yes.
Got it, okay. So it's about making a judgment call. I'm not going to ask you to tell us how much that business makes a year.
I could tell you.
Go ahead.
Turnover-wise.
Well, I've meant more in terms of profit, really.
Profit, you're looking about just over 100.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it takes up all your time to create 100,000.
Yes.
That's pre-tax?
After tax.
Post-tax. So it's a post-tax profit, £100,000. And is that all yours, or is there a business partner?
Actually, that's all mine. But
All yours,
it's
okay.
structure it in a way that I get other people to do some part of it for me.
Okay, but you make £100,000?
Yeah.
Fantastic. But this goal's a lot bigger, right?
Yeah, of course. I much prefer this than that. And
I'm not too surprised.
It's something I've known. It's just, yeah.
See, this is interesting. It's when people say, I haven't got the time, but they spend their time on either non-income producing activities or income producing activities that really may have been okay when you were 20, but not when you're 40. I think people get stuck in a little bit of a rut. It's okay to, property business make 100,000 is great. No, I'm not knocking that in the slightest. That's a great business. But if your aspirations are higher, you have to make the judgment call. Do I carry on doing this, or do I get someone else to run the property business? When you say it takes up lots of your time, give us an example of 2 things that you do.
Well, the problem is I'm an accountant, so I do too much of the accounting.
Okay, well, you can get a bookkeeper to do that, can't you?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's only property, it's easy.
On the operation side, I'm too involved on the day-to-day.
Give us an example of day-to-day.
For example, there's a massive, leak on the floor. The contractor is calling me. I do have someone that does it, but I think my problem is I know what's going on. And
right, I'm going to recommend a book.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to recommend 2 books. No, I'm going to recommend 3. I'm going to hat trick. Okay. I have just bought for a colleague a book that was published over 30 years ago called The E-Myth by Michael Gerber.
I've read it.
You've read it,
Yeah.
but you're not doing it,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I agree with you.
The next book is Built to Sell
Read that too.
by John Warrilow. John Warrilow is, I wouldn't say he's a friend of mine, but he's an associate. We've met each other a number of times over the years. He's been on my podcast, I've been on his podcast, and his podcast, Built to Sell Radio, is excellent. Really stunning content. I don't know how he does it week after week. The third book that I would recommend is the one that I'm holding here. Now, I bought this book many years ago. I don't think this is actually or maybe I have owned this copy all those years. In fact, this might well be the same copy. So I think this was published in 1986. You've got to be of a certain vintage to remember the TV ads of Victor Kiam. Remington shavers. I like the shave so much I bought the company. And he did. He worked for Playtex, the bra people. And he found this opportunity to buy Remington from its owners that made electric shavers. They had a very, very small percentage of the market, were an excellent shaver, but were never in stock anywhere. Massive problems. And this is the story of how he bought the Remington business and then subsequent businesses after that. Now, I've had this book all these years. I picked it up just the other week. I don't know why. I just thought I need to have a look. I remember reading it and enjoying it so much. What I hadn't really appreciated was the second half of the book is all about M&A. It is a wonderful story of how he funded the acquisition of Remington. And I believe, I'm going to forget the numbers now, but the numbers were in the hundreds of millions, with very, very little of his own cash, all through what we've been talking about today and what Daniel has been talking about today, and then what he did with the business. So those are my 3 recommendations. E-Myth, Built to Sell, Going For It by Victor Kiam. I actually looked on Amazon last night, and it's quite hard to get hold of. So you may have to go onto eBay and other sites if you want a second-hand copy of this. It's 30 years, 40 years. 40 years old now.
Can I buy yours?
We can do a deal. Some of your 50 million. Great. So what else could hold you back? Anything else could hold you back? So time, prioritization, other things. Yes, just call it out and I'll repeat it. Okay. What's your first name? God says, limiting belief around how do I find the management team? How do I get the staff, did you say, to run the business? I would imagine, if I may say, I would imagine you don't own a business right now. Oh, you do? So how do you get the staff for your current business? Okay. Okay. So how do you get the staff for your current business? Broker, agencies, recruitment agencies. Yeah, do you ever go on Indeed.com? Oh, okay, all right, so there's different ways of finding staff. The way you find staff for your own business is no different to the way you find staff for the business that you buy. It's just another business. So we often need to replace managers. We've got, well, you can look for yourself. Look on Indeed.com and you'll probably see we've got, I don't know, 50 adverts running right now for jobs around the country. At least that, I would imagine, maybe 60 or 70. So we're constantly advertising, constantly recruiting, and if we need to replace a manager, the job ad is as a standard ad. We just change the location. It goes on to Indeed.com, and we do interviews. So if you want someone to manage a business that you buy, if that is the thing holding you back, I can absolutely assure you it shouldn't. Absolutely assure you it shouldn't hold you back. Sometimes you can get the seller to do the recruitment for you. So you walk in with a full management team. Okay, I was trying to do this without a mic, but I'm going to pass it to you, otherwise I'm going to get complaints from our virtual viewers who can't hear everything.
So the follow-up question to that is actually probably, maybe that's the root question. And that is, It's great.
Sorry, maybe it's a rude question.
Rude question. I mean, basically, at the back of that question, original question is my lack of knowledge of the industry. So it's great listening to all these people, and Daniel doesn't have knowledge of some of the industries he's gone in. But
yes.
How do you research? How do you work out? Okay, what do I need? And in this particular industry, I should go into this industry, and this is how I should.
Is that not the role of the manager in the business to recruit the staff? You're the shareholder.
No, not for this. Actually, when I'm selecting which industries to go in.
Oh, I see.
How do I decide which industry to go in? How do I decide what I need to research? What would I need to? Because when we did this example this afternoon, all three industries were very, very different.
Okay, here's a question. Let's take, because you won't be the only one thinking this. Let's take it back a step. Why do you want to own the business anyway?
At the moment, I'm thinking exactly for that reason, to flip it in about 3 years' time and exit with a nice,
Yeah, well, let's put it bluntly. It's to make a profit, right?
Exactly, yes.
It's to make a profit. So if the business makes a profit, does it really matter to you whether it's a business that, I don't know, publishes books or makes clickers?
At the moment,
does it make any difference to you?
It doesn't. At the moment, it doesn't.
Okay, all right. So we're sector agnostic as long as it makes a profit.
Yes.
Okay. So the problem is?
Even if I choose an industry, how do I know what to ask, what to do, how to run it, how to manage it? You need basically the knowledge of the particular sector.
Okay. So let's pick something that I know nothing about. Dry cleaning. It's magical. I don't know how it works. I do know from speaking to my dry cleaner that the dry cleaning isn't done on site. It's sent away somewhere, then it comes back. I imagine that's kind of like an outsource, but they have the big machines. I don't really know how it works. But I reckon that if I spoke on the phone to half a dozen owners of dry cleaning companies, said as little as possible so I didn't show my ignorance, and I asked them lots of questions, I reckon by the end of those 6 phone calls, I'd have a really good understanding of how that sector works. So you can do this yourself. It's kind of live market research.
Right, okay.
And just talking to people. And then I would get, those dry cleaning companies, I'd pull their accounts, I'd look, and I'd ask each of them, I said, what's the typical profit margin in a business like yours? Oh, it's 20%. He says 18%. He says 22%. So it's kind of like 20%, right? 20%. Okay. And so who are the big boys in your sector? Who's at the top? Oh, it's whatever, and there's this company. Really, really. And how many people would you say is in your sector? 25,000 dry cleaners in the country. Goodness me. And are most of those individually owned? Right. So why do you want to sell? Oh, well, the big boys are taking over, and right. So why are you talking to me and not to the big boys? Well, because they want to buy a minimum of 12 locations, and I'm only 1 location. Huh? Really? So they don't buy 1 location, they only buy 12. I'm excited now. I'm thinking, how can I buy 12 as quickly as possible and sell them on? I said, so you're saying really then, as a single site location, your value's very low? Is that what you're saying? Oh dear, is that what you're saying? Very low. Okay. Well, you realize that we wouldn't be able to pay you all the money up front. You know that, don't you? Would that be okay? Would that work for you? Would that be okay? It's what we said this morning. Would that work for you in principle? Okay, well, why don't we meet for a coffee, go through everything, and if there's a deal to be done, we'll do it. I don't want to build your hopes up, but if there's a deal to be done, we'll make it happen. How does that sound? I'll see if I can help you. And now I'm thinking, if I can get 12 of these, stitch them together, and that's just the beginning of my research. But you could pick any sector and do exactly the same. It's talking to people. If I was to summarize it, it's talking to people.
Excellent.
So your homework between now and next month is to talk to people in different sectors to get a feel. And you know something? It doesn't matter if you're not doing this forever. So let's say it was dry cleaners, and after about a year, and you've got 6 dry cleaners, you think, you know what? I don't really want to do this anymore, for whatever reason, change of life circumstances. You can find someone who'll buy the 6 dry cleaners from you. So it's just live research. That's what you need to do. That's your homework.
Thank you.
And if you don't have a sector yet, I want you to come back in 4 weeks with a decision. Because I'm going to do everything I can to push you forward. I'm not going to let procrastination get in your way. So you need to decide in 4 weeks. If you've already decided and you haven't sent letters out, I want you to get letters out in the next 4 weeks. I want you to start speaking to people, because we want to move you forward through this process. I don't want to leave anyone behind. So if you need a little bit of extra help, then make sure you ask more questions at the next meeting, team up with someone who's already ahead of you, and so forth. And by the way, and I say this for everyone's benefit, including the people at home, sometimes people email afterwards and say, "Oh, you didn't talk much about asset finance, or you haven't done the meeting conversation yet." Well, because we're only on day one. There's a lot more to do. We can't do everything right up on in the very first week. Okay, so allow that content to flow as the months go on. Does that make sense? Can't do it all in one go. You look like you're ready to go home now. Have you had a good day? Yeah, good stuff. Made some new friends? Yeah, some good people here. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a safe journey home. Have a good weekend. I'm going to be seeing you again in 2 weeks' time on the Zoom, in 4 weeks face-to-face. So make sure you aren't that person in the room who says they haven't done anything since last time. Do not be that person. See you in 2 weeks on the Zoom. Thanks very much, everyone. Good night.